Recording in progress.
Hey, is it ready? You'll let me know when we're good to go.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If we can shut off our cameras when we're presenting, right?
You heard from Director Elliott?
Nope, not yet. Yep. So we can start.
Good to go then.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Next.
Well, good morning and welcome to Coffee Regional District Committee of the Whole for November 27th, 2025. And to begin, I'd like to acknowledge that the meeting is taking place on the traditional territory of the Tla'amin Nation. Welcome everyone, and directors, you have the agenda in front of you, and that is with the addition of item 8.6, the Fire Safety Act, and the removal of item 9.2. Is there a mover for the agenda as amended or as whatever? Thank you, Director Brander. Thank you, Director Southcott. Any discussion? All in favor?
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
I see Director Lennox raised his hand.
Chair.
Okay. Director Lennox.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I think I might have missed it before we approve this agenda. I have a request. As you can see, my alternate is in the gallery and prepared to take over for me if I should lose connection or if I have to go to another meeting here. Could I ask that 8.5 under reports be moved to the beginning of the reports? Because I just think it's fair to my alternate and the other directors that have a chance to speak to that. If I can make that request.
Is there agreement that that can be moved to the first report under the reports? Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I might have to cut off early. That's all. Thanks.
That's okay. Thank you. I'll just make a note here. 8.5 is. All right. So with that friendly amendment, is there any further discussion on the adoption of the agenda? Seeing no hands, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Adoption of the minutes of October 23rd. Are there any errors or omissions?
Moved.
Director Gisborne, second. Delegations and inquiries. We have one registered delegation, so I'd like to welcome Kim Markel. And you were going to talk to us, are going to update us with what's happening at LIFT. So it's a 10-minute window. So when you're set up, you're good to go.
Just the screen on.
Yeah, there we go. I was just, you were doing, I was getting here. I know, sorry, patience. This stays on the side, but okay, yeah. Okay. Well, thanks everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I'm excited to say that I am here to present and the house isn't on fire. So this might be the first time. The lift house, that is. My hope today is just to provide some organizational updates, talk about where we're at, some of our priorities around community engagement and education, and to flag some, sorry, just got the top of your, just the top of your head there, to flag some upcoming activities that we are planning. And then certainly I welcome any questions or comments or feedback. And I think 10 minutes will be more than ample. You know, it's been, like usual, a busy spring, summer, and fall for us, and fall is still with us. So we'll see what the next month has to hold. Earlier this year, we launched our 3-year strategic plan, which was very exciting for our organization and our board. This has really allowed us to focus in on 5 key areas, including our efforts around community engagement and education, fostering community resilience, shoring up some of our centralized and administrative processes, focusing on how we empower and support our employee group, and also starting to tell our story in a more meaningful way so the community has a better sense of impacts. And as many of you are aware, the proposed additional supportive housing conversation is live and well in community. And so we've been actively engaged with our partners around this. I did have a scheduling conflict today and I prioritized the delegation, but today is Family Place's 20th anniversary. So this is very exciting. For those of you who may have time after you complete your 150+ page packaged agenda, please feel free to stop by. The celebration is going until 1 o'clock today at the Family Place site in Fall. And as of last week or perhaps 2 weeks ago, we have just expanded our Welcome Center hours to operate 5 days a week, 9 to 4, and are very excited to increase our service from a 4-day-a-week program to a 5-day-a-week program. As I alluded to when I mentioned our strat plan, we are doing some very focused work about providing education to community about our programs and also about the issues that they aim to address. So in November, we supported the film screening of Someone Lives Here, which is a Toronto documentary that really highlights some of the complexities around addressing homelessness, particularly during the pandemic. And some of you were present. We recently had Carolina Ibarra, who is the CEO of Pacifica, come and speak to the complexities around addressing the homelessness crisis that our community is experiencing, the province is experiencing, and many other countries are experiencing. And we're excited to share that in February, we do have Guy Felicella coming into community, and I believe Guy may have been in community and presented before. Guy is going to come and speak to harm reduction and how it informs a person's recovery journey. This is really exciting because we're partnering with Brooks. So Guy will be doing a presentation to high school students and then also a community-wide presentation. I believe it's the 11th, but there will obviously be more communication and registration information going out shortly.
The 11th of
February. So our education efforts really came out of our evaluation of the feedback that we received while we were involved in community engagement. You know, our management team, senior leadership team, myself included, knocked on over 300 residential doors and visited almost 70 businesses, as well as offered out an online survey to discuss how we could position ourselves better in the community and how we could share information better. And what we found was 3 significant themes. The first being educate. So the community not only wants, but they also need education about some of the issues that are impacting our community. And LIFT, as a provider of services, has an obligation to support information going out into the community. The second theme was about demonstrating action. And this theme really speaks to the need for LIFT to be more transparent and visible in the community about the programs we're doing and to elicit feedback and engagement from the community. And finally, the third theme, which was quite interesting, was there's a lot of people in the community who want to be involved and they don't know how to be involved. So what do we do to empower our supporters? A recent example would be our cold weather clothing, where we just got totes and totes and totes and totes of supplies for people who are without cold weather clothing. So how do we create opportunities for the heart of the community to shine through? And upcoming, I'm really happy to share that we are going to be partnering with Homelessness Services of BC in March of 2025 to support our community's second homelessness count. So just to sort of lay the foundation, the community's first homelessness count was in March
or I believe it might have been April, but it was in early 2023 where 126 people were documented as being unhoused within our community. And, you know, the elephant in the room, the thing that might be close to a fire, but not a fire, I promise no fires, is, you know, after residing within our current CRC, shelter and overdose prevention site location, we are going to have to move our services prior to April 1st of next year. So this is obviously standing up these services is a priority of our organization. And so a lot of efforts going into working with city staff, a commercial realtor, community partners, funding partners to try and find a new space, particularly for our overdose prevention site and our temporary emergency shelter. So next steps. Ooh, and I'm doing good on time. Obviously, you know, much of my attention is focused on trying to support securing new program locations, and that advocacy work and those ongoing meetings will continue. You know, an ongoing commitment to continued community outreach and awareness building, and then supporting ongoing discussions around the proposed supportive housing development. There's a lot of information that the community is requesting so that they can be comfortable with moving forward or not moving forward with the supportive housing program. And I think my relationships with the funders can help propel some of those conversations. So looking ahead, a few things I wanted to share. I'm excited to share that in February, we are going to be officially naming supportive housing building. You know, a name has been generated by the residents who live within the site. And so we're working with our funding partner about what that could look like for the community. But it's been 5 long years that building's been referred to, when it's referred to kindly, as supportive housing. And so I think it'll really humanize that setting for the community and for the people who live there and honor their experiences and that it's their home. And then in March, as many people are aware, our Family Place program and our Community Resource program are going to be moving sort of on the back end by Quality Foods. If you're eating your Chinese food and you look out the window into one of those spaces there, and we're very pleased and anticipating the opportunity to have more robust recovery-oriented services and supports due to the co-location of those 2 sites. Oh, okay. Well, now you have the black screen.
2 minutes.
And 2 minutes. I just ramble? No. I'd love any questions, comments, feedback.
Okay, thank you very much, Kim. And I don't know what happened with technology, but
I hit the button one too many times.
Okay.
It's me.
we've all been there. Directors, are there questions of this delegation? Director Southcott.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate you being here. And I've spent a fair bit of time just recently reading the whole LIFT website, and there's a lot in there that serves the purpose that you're talking about, giving people more information and more ability to understand what's going on, and some good news stories. As far as I have the feeling that there's kind of an evolution of programs, if you will. The Community Advisory Committee and the Homelessness Task Force, I think these are past initiatives. Are they morphing into something else, or can you speak to those 2 past programs?
Sure. Yeah, gladly. Thank you for your question. The Homelessness Task Force, and Director McCormick can speak to this because participates as well. I'm not sure if it's morphing or we're still in the process of trying to really stand it up in a meaningful way. So we have connected a couple of times, 2 or 3 times, and really still working on finding agreement around the terms of reference and the scope of the task force and the commitments and the process. So I think everyone who is participating is committed to the actualization of this task force. It's just early days trying to get consensus around what is this task force going to do and how does this task force fit within the situation table or the housing roundtable or all these various other subcommittees or working groups that have come forward. And then in reference to the CAC, for those who aren't aware, that is a group of community members and community partners who come together to discuss community integration of the existing supportive housing. And so currently with the communication writ that our provincial partners were experiencing, we were unable to stand it up, but there is an intention to come back together in the new year and have further conversation about what does community integration look like and have we met that metric. The challenge, I would say, with that committee has been that it comes pre-packaged with a focus, and the focus isn't necessarily aligned with what everybody who participates in the committee wants. So how do we provide the information outside of that forum that particularly our community neighbors are seeking, while addressing and preserving the integrity of the supportive housing CAC? Answer?
Yep, sure, go ahead. And then I'll recognize.
Just a quick comment. Thank you. Yeah, it seems to me that this committees and working groups seem to be evolving a lot faster than they ever used to be. So I can conceive of seeing, like, I'm not having trouble personally with the idea of letting go of one particular idea as others come in. And I think that is necessary. So I appreciate feeling like that's what you're actually doing operationally. And just, it really makes me feel good to see that and to feel it. You apparently have been sending out invitations to us to some of these events, and I'm taking it you're committed to continue to invite us. Like, not all of us can get to everything, but because we're trying to do everything. So that's great. I love to get to as many things as possible. Thank you, Chair. And
thank you, Director Southcott. Director Lennox.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Kim, for your presentation and the update. Just wondering, and you might not know this yet, but the homeless study for 2025, will it be based on the same criteria? There was a bunch of discussion about the classification, what constitute homeless and locals and all this jazz. Are we going to follow the same methodology?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm not really able to speak to that at this point. Apologies. We are just in the process of, we signed the contract. We've sent out initial save the dates to people who kindly volunteered time and interest last year. And so I think we we'll find out more as it unfolds. Homelessness Services Association of BC comes with very rigid criteria. Our priority was asking that we please do this in March so that we can stand it up at our existing resource center. We felt that it may have too much community impact to stand it up at our new location that we're moving into April 1st. So we do have a commitment that we'll be able to move forward in March rather than April.
Thanks. And just a quick follow-up. I have an elderly family member on their own now in the neighborhood of the new area. So just some feedback that they were sort of unaware of what was going on. So appreciate that continued effort to get out there and knock on doors and the work you're doing. Because some of our seniors and folks aren't paying as much attention as some of us. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Lennox. I'm going to put myself on the speakers list and say thank you very much for your presentation. As our rep on this homelessness task force, I have not attended every meeting, and I'm guilty of that because of other conflicts. But the last one in particular, would you agree that the goal or sort of our tentative goal in the still evolving terms of reference is to mitigate the impacts of homelessness through action-oriented decisions? And that's as a tentative wording in there. So that's kind of where this task force wants to go. And I guess my question is, do you see, is there a time frame? Do you want this done by, do you want the recommendations, I won't say tomorrow, but let's say the middle of next year, or is there a time frame that you're thinking of for this task force?
Well, that's a great question. I hadn't thought about a time frame until you asked me. I think I would endorse an approach where there are identified actions that we're moving forward probably by mid-calendar year. And there's target dates of completion. I find without the target dates of completion, we just, we're all busy. Our lives are complex. And I think when we met this month, there was quite a lot of rich conversation about the need to have some shorter term actionable items and also some more complicated longer term actions. So that's what I would suggest at this point. And I also want that objective to come from the group. I don't see myself as leading the homelessness task force. I see LIFT and myself as being the convener of the right people at the table.
Thank you. Thank you. Great answer. Seeing no further hands, I'd like to thank you very much for your presentation. And it's great information for us to have. And good luck on your search.
Thank you.
Thank you. Directors, we have no unfinished business.
Sure.
Director Southcott?
Sorry, if I may, there's a message from Director Elliott that she's running a few minutes late. I didn't see it until just a second ago, so I just wanted to let the table know, and you particularly. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll welcome her when she arrives. So we're now on to correspondence. So we have 5 items of correspondence. Is there any business arising from this correspondence? Director Lennox, which item are you referring to?
6.3, Chair.
Okay, 6.3 becomes 7.1. Other business arising? Seeing any other hands? So we will move on to 7.1, which is the former 6.3.
Yes, thanks, Chair.
In agreement? Go ahead, Director Lennox.
Yeah. Or am I good to go?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, just quickly, it was more for people in my area that have been watching the. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Your sound is good.
Just wanted to mention under this correspondence. Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to mention that there has been action on this identification of potential safety issues at Sturt Road and our beach access. I've talked to our operations manager who was already aware of it and had talked to with Moti on this. So Mr. Johnson identified some significant, safety concerns, and they're hopefully being addressed by the right folks. So I just wanted to let people know. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Director Lennox. And I have a quick question for you. And is that the beach access, is that a regional district? Right, or is that
Yes,
MLPI?
yes,
it is regional district? All right.
Yes, it is, but I'm sure Mr. Devereaux can help us out with details.
Thank you. Any okay. Seeing no further hands.
Mr. Devereaux is on the screen, and if you had, curious if you had any comments.
Of course. Mr. Devereaux.
Yes, through the chair, I just want to, expand a little bit on Director Lennox's comments there. The highway widening of Highway 101 that happened through the summer this year pushed the shoulders out, of course, from the road as it widened and steepened the access to the Sturt Road beach access, which is an official beach access of the regional district. Moti is aware of this, and they were working on making improvements so that it's safe for the public to use. And once that's completely done, I will let the directors know.
Thank you. So would it be something like a zigzag pathway or tunnel, or what kinds of things are you thinking of?
Through the chair, my understanding is that they are going to stretch out the shoulder down the path to take out the steepness and even up the grade. Not exactly sure of other details of that. I'll have to wait till they do it and we have a review of what they've done.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to section 8 reports, and we are going to deal with 8.5 first on our agenda. So that will be the new 8.1, and that is the schedule for next year. So there is a recommendation that leaves the option blank. So perhaps we would like to take a couple of minutes before making a recommendation to ask questions of staff or to, put your thoughts forward. I'm not seeing any hands. So, okay, I see Director Gisborne, then Elliot, then I'll put myself on the list.
Yeah, I see proposed meeting schedule, but I'm wondering where would the regional hospital district meetings fit in this schedule?
Good question, Corporate Officer.
Thank you, Chair. So that's going to be presented December 18th, I believe. And it depends on what is selected here, but I would suggest that either it would be on its own day, or it would be difficult to slot in with option 2 or 3 of this report. And then the staff is going to propose a variation of schedules for depending on what is selected by this committee and board.
Okay, that answers your question. I have, who was next? I'm sorry, Director Elliott. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to apologize for being late. Life got the better of me this morning and did my best. I'm happy to be here now. So my question is, if we were looking for a schedule that moved away from Wednesdays and back to Tuesday, Thursdays later in the day, or an option for that, how do we go about that? So would we be deciding today to put that forward, or would we be asking staff to bring it back to a schedule with an option like that? Or how would that work?
Jones?
Thank you, Chair. I think that this committee would decide what they would want it to do. And they could refer it to staff direction. That's allowed under the procedure bylaw, refer to staff with direction to explore that.
Okay. Okay, so my question, I guess, is that I have concerns about the Thursday Committee of the Whole as a standalone meeting. The start time is great, 10:30 works really well, but Committee of the Whole often runs 2 to 3 hours, which means I still can't get home until 4 o'clock ferry. So not having a subsequent meeting on the day of Committee of the Whole, it could be problematic, for me, because it will mean endless hours. And I realize this is all up for discussion and debate. So kind of looking at Director Gisborne and his point about the hospital district, it would make sense to pair the hospital district with Committee of the Whole, and perhaps the hospital district going first on that schedule as needed, followed by Committee of the Whole. So that's kind of my thought, and I'll open it up to people who have not yet spoken. Director Lennox, go ahead.
Sorry, thanks, Chair. I'm trying to avoid speaking to the recommendations because we're just sort of having our discussion period. But along the lines of Director Elliott's questions, am I correct that if we are to suggest maybe an alternative option from the ones that are before us, it has to be done before the end of the year? Am I correct, so that we can advertise, etc., as per the report? I see the corporate officer nodding. Okay. So just so you know, I mean, I'm prepared to to speak to the options, but just to let the group know that the perfect example of adding more meetings during the middle of the day is very problematic for me. And today is a good example of it. And, you know, my alternate's there and I'm struggling with it already. So to add more during the week, that's not good for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone who hasn't yet expressed or made a comment on this issue. So Director Southcott and then Director Fall.
Yeah, this is a kind of a general comment, but I'm aware that there are those of us who have a lot less, what's the word, space in our schedules and our much less opportunity to be versatile with scheduling than, for example, me. And I think there's 2 or 3 of us who have more ability to encompass, you know, diverse options than others. So my own position is that I really want to see us accommodate those of us who have greater challenges, like Councillor or Director Elliott, Director Brander, and Director Lennox, for example, Director Gisborne. Oh God.
Let's call me Mark.
Coffee. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway, I think I made my point. That's really the only thought that I had after going through all of this very carefully, looking at the options. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Southcott. Director Fall then and Director Brander.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to, without speaking to the options themselves, just add to some of the comments. I think it is all about accommodation, but it's going to be difficult, and we'll have a hard time coming up with a perfect schedule that accommodates. But there are some members around the table that have more restrictions than others, and that's kind of, I think, really important. And from my own personal perspective, I have a lot of obligations outside regional district as well. So I've got, on average, probably these days 10 meetings or more a week, sometimes 1 to 3, sometimes 4 in a day. So I'm going a little bit crazy. And I think some of those I can move around. And if the more certainty, the more fixed it is, the fewer meeting days for me, the better. But I can understand the desire from some committee members to not have 3 meetings on one day. I can understand that too. But when you start adding more days to the week or to the month, that starts to be a lot harder to move things around because our meetings are uncertain ending times. So we've bumped up. We have our concerns about one meeting bumping up into a subsequent one. That's understandable. But when you have a scheduled meeting with some other agency, like outside work, you can't even schedule it. Even if you have a 10:30 meeting, I can't, justifiably schedule anything and then be able to change, because people sometimes they're accommodating, everyone's busy, so they're accommodating their schedules, and I can have some influence. So I'm just saying we want to be a little cautious to not make things too difficult for those of us that have other obligations. And I understand having fewer meetings, but my perspective on that is I have lots of meetings no matter what we do. So you're not going to get a lot of sympathy from me on that one, because that's how other than the fact, that I understand and I empathize, but, that should be reciprocated. Thank you. And just one other last point, which is I really do like the idea of having a bit of extra space in the summer. I think that's a really good way for us to have a bit of a mental break, a bit of time to do other things, just, cooling down, and maybe also really good for staff, fitting in staff holidays and so on. So I think that's a really healthy thing for our organization to be able to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Paul. Director Brander.
Thanks, Chair. I've heard a number of people talk about the way that the schedule affects them as individuals, and that I have respect for that. I also have to think that we have to look at it more collectively as a group, and it's not just about the people sitting around the table. It's also about the staff that is supporting us, because and not just the staff supporting us, but many of our delegations also come, and they're also, well, for instance, today, Kim Markel came from Lyft. She's able to come down here during working hours instead of having to go after hours. And I think we need to remember to take all that into consideration as well, the well-being of our staff and the well-being of the staff that present to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Brander. So let's open it to another round of discussion. I see Director Gisborne can go first, and I'll put myself on the list, and anyone else want to be on. Is that your hand, Director Lennox?
I think he's lagging.
Take that as a no. Okay, Director Gisborne.
Thank you. My first round, I just asked a question, and then a bit more discussion came out, so that's good. When I ran for office this last election in 2022, my understanding was our meeting schedules were in the evening. That was a big discussion for my family because I am not independently wealthy and I'm not retired. So when we moved our schedules to being in midday, there's a saying amongst farmers, make hay while the sun shines. Well, we're having a meeting and the sun's shining. I can't work the farm in the dark. So this is a big issue for folks that do have to have a career and do need to bring in some other income. You know, $20,000 is below the poverty line as an annual income. I recall this was an issue decades ago where elected officials were actually losing money by attending meetings during the day. This proposed schedule, which is very similar to the schedule that we have, is really challenging
Point of order, I think we're getting more into discussion.
Yeah,
Well,
that's,
everyone else had the ability to talk about how it affected them, and now you're calling a point of order on me?
we've heard, from various directors about their particular issues. So we're discussing, we haven't put a motion on the table as yet. So I think the discussion is important on this particular issue. So go ahead, Director Gisborne.
Thank you, Chair. And I apologize if I get a little emotional about this because it is very difficult. My wife and my family, even today, I'll need a ride home when our meeting is over because my mother will be at Rotary and my wife will be looking after the kids. So if anyone's around that can give me a ride home when our meetings are done, that'd be wonderful. With the proposed schedules of in the middle of the day, I've heard complaints from the public that they can't attend our meetings. It's very difficult for anyone that works during the day to attend our meetings. I'm honestly having discussions with my family as whether or not I can even continue this position because it puts such a strain on my family and on myself to be here during the day, and I can't have any other form of income. So like, if we do want to keep doing this kind of meeting schedule, because when we tried this, we said, let's try it for a year and see how it goes. It's been very problematic, I think, for the municipal councillors to have city committee of the whole followed by our essentially all-day board meeting and then city council the next day for them. But speaking for myself, if we want to continue having midday meetings, that's going to really disadvantage me and anyone that's working age. I see Director Lennox is having challenges, and I'm wondering if maybe we should, if we do want to go through these and have it midday, maybe we should change our remuneration bylaw to increase the pay for anyone that is under the age of 65 to go up to the medium salary of the region, which is like $60,000, because this is really disadvantaging the folks that are not independently wealthy and they're not retired. So I honestly can't support any of these three recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Director Gisborne. And having put myself on the speakers list and after me is Director Elliott, I want to be the bit of the devil's advocate and throw an option out there for discussion or not. And that would be option 1 in our report, which is essentially the schedule that we have now with 2 changes. One is the summer break and the winter break so that families can have that time together. And I think that's really important. And the other addition would be to move the first meeting of the month to the second Wednesday, not the first. We have 4 Monday statutory holidays, which are the first Monday, and they are Family Day, Victoria Day, BC Day, and Labor Day, all which fall on the first Monday of the month. So that's a third of the year roughly. And so I think that makes a real scramble for both directors and for staff. While I sympathize with all of the comments that Director Gisborne has raised, I also think that at the end of the day, we need to think not so much about the public who can view these meetings at any time, anywhere, and at their leisure, and then write or provide comment as appropriate. However, though I do sympathize with the needs of the 7 of us, because remember, any future board can change the schedule. So it's what works for us in the remaining 2 years of our term, and also what is respectful of staff and the number of hours that we can expect them to be, alert, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, so to speak. So, we have to recognize those things. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there for further comment or not. If you'd like something else, throw it out there. We're in the discussion phase still. And we're now on the second round of discussion. And Director Elliott, I believe you were there.
Thank you. So there's a couple of things that have been really, really hard for me. And one of them is when we're having late night meetings at the city, followed by early meetings at regional district. And I also am not of retirement age. I no longer have my flexible job, and I have been unable to figure out how to throw a job in with what. And so that's neither here nor there, but when meetings for local government are more in the evenings, it matches more people's work schedules, including our folks out in the community. Like people who are retired are one set of our community, but it doesn't help if you're not retired. Most people work in the daytime. And if they wanted to watch or be a part of what we're doing, we don't actually have any evening options at the QRD at all. So when we're making decisions, I feel like the evening would be better suited to that for actual board meetings. If we want to have committee meetings, I prefer those to be later in the afternoon start times, so that we can accommodate both folks who need to show up for delegations during work times and have part of it in work time. If we're really efficient, we could be done early. If we're not running late, it's running into the evening, rather than somebody not knowing whether they can get back to work or not get back to work. And scheduling work around midday stuff is just really challenging. So I prefer to free up more working hours for myself and others, including the people in the community. And so the options that are currently there, love the time off in the summer. My preference would be to focus on last part of July, first part of August, and, encompassing that August long weekend and giving you like a full month, and coordinating that with the city would be great. I'm hoping the city also buys into that idea. I don't remember what we decided, but I think it was similar to that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So love those break ideas. And I think we can all use a break, and in the summer in particular, it's the best time of the year in this part of the world, and it would be great to have some time off. Those that are working and can't get time off anyways, it also means that they actually, outside their working hours, the regular working hours, have more time to enjoy the summer, even if it's not like a vacation. So love those ideas. My proposal would be utilizing the exact same days a week that the city does, so that it's uniform and the off weeks. So QRD week, city week, QRD week, city week, same days, really easy to schedule around, possibly even be able to get a job to work around. Because I need to go to work, and I can't right now, because getting a job when you're already committed is harder than maintaining and getting flexibility for a job that you already have. And I don't have one right now. And yes, I could maybe resign at the QRD, but our city council's stretched right now anyways, and I don't think there's anybody that could take my place. So preferably the schedules just make it a little easier for me to do some work.
Thanks, Director Elliott. I'm looking for people who haven't commented or spoken a second time on this, and I'm not seeing any further hands. So Director Gisborne.
Yes, I have sent an image document to our corporate officer, and I request that it be shared. And I think it's kind of along the same lines as what Director Elliott was speaking to. And I'd like to put this forward. It's a little hard to see. I've taken the liberty of coloring in yellow for the Tla'amin Executive Council and blues for the City Council of Powell River and their Committee of the Whole, I then put green and pink on the off weeks from the City Council meetings. As you'll notice, there is nothing in April, and there's some challenges in March with going with that model. But I think that starts moving us in that direction of where we would essentially be very similar to the City of Powell River's meeting, which would be 4 o'clock for committee meeting start times, and then regional board can start at 7, which is essentially our old meeting schedule that I think this district had for about 20 years. And I wouldn't be comfortable with saying, let's just pass this today. I would be very comfortable with referring this to staff and having the input from the directors. And that would then come back before us, I believe, at the Committee of the Whole on December 18th, which is the same day as the Regional Hospital District, which would also allow us to get the input from the Regional Hospital District Board and the Tla'amin representatives to see if that schedule would work for them, because taking a look at a number of these proposed dates, the second board meeting of the month in our agenda package actually coincides with a number of Tla'amin Nation Executive Council meetings. And I want to make sure that this works for the vast majority of individuals. I think this kind of gets us moving in that direction. I have some ideas for, how we can make April work with a few extra meetings that don't follow that same kind of guideline, because otherwise you put a board meeting on, say, the 10th of April, and then you got to run off to AVICC that night. That I don't think that works. But for the most part, this schedule works for the majority of months, and with the input from Director Elliott and I believe some others around the table, the third week of July, I would also say, yeah, let's strike that out, and same with the second week of August, strike that out too, so that way we get a 4-week break in the summer. And with this kind of idea, it says, regional board at 7 p.m. I was also thinking, we could even have a committee meeting start at 4 on the same day to bang out some things, at 4 p.m. and then we move on to regional district at 7 p.m. I think that would accommodate a lot of the working individuals, and it would also accommodate the public, and it would make us very much in line with with what goes on over at the city. So if I'm curious to hear the input from other directors, and I would be comfortable referring this to staff for input from staff and from the directors.
Thank you, Director Gisborne. And when we get to the end of this discussion period, you're welcome to put forward any motion that you feel is appropriate. So, I'm hearing a couple of things when I listen to everything that people have said. I hear that the fewer number of days per week is advantageous to people who are working and have lives outside of this role, which hopefully we all do, but some are paid and some aren't. I think that I'm also hearing that there's a split between those who prefer daytime meetings and those who prefer late afternoon or evening meetings. And so I'm going to take the liberty of actually doing a little informal straw poll. And I believe this is allowed under the procedures that, was it Eli Mina or one of the experts in the field of governance came and spoke with. And I'd like to know think about yourself and whether you prefer daytime meetings versus evening meetings, and also consider the issues of staff and the issues of people like Kim Markel coming after a whole day's work, coming into an evening meeting and making a presentation. So those are things to think about. So with that in mind, I'd like to know who prefers daytime meetings. And I'm going to take just a straw. Okay, I'm seeing 3, 4 hands.
3.
3? Okay, I thought Director Lennox. Sorry, okay, 3, Director Fall, Director Brander, and myself. Who prefers evening meetings? Director Elliott, Gisborne, Lennox, and that's it. So that was 3 to 3. Mm-hmm. So the motion does not carry that. That wasn't a motion. That was a straw poll.
Information gathered.
Sorry, yeah, we're information gathering. You're right. And so, okay, now, if anyone has anything further that they would like to say under this discussion phase of this item, corporate officer?
I'm just wondering, perhaps after it's like
Afternoon, sorry, can you,
like at 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock, the 1 o'clock start, because we said evening, we said morning, but would a 1 o'clock start be?
officer is proposing a 1 o'clock start. As a compromise, so.
Or just to see if that's.
And that would mean 2 meetings back to back, starting at 1 rather than 10:30.
Yes, I will.
So that would go quite late into the evening then. It would. So seeing no further hands, Director Fall.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, I think something that's only been touched on so far is that we're stewards of the public fund money here. And I think that's a really big thing. We've got our different parties. So we got what we individually, what works best for us individually, which is really important. We've got what works for the public, although that's actually harder to gauge because the public has a wide range of opportunities or constraints. We've got what works for organizations that come to us, which is actually more frequent, which is quite frequent, who are paid people that come. We've got what works best for staff. But I think underlying that is what the actual cost of meetings and the impact on our staff in general, but the cost, because I think we've received information in the past that having meetings in the evening will cost the taxpayer more money. And I think even though we want to accommodate the public who may attend, there's a lot more public who don't attend who are worried about their tax dollars going up. And I think that's really a really key piece, which is one of the main reasons I'm in favor of daytime meetings if we keep them few, because that accommodates the needs of myself, but also staff to get things turned around and so on. Even if there's some impact on me, that's acceptable. But I think keeping the costs of meetings as low as possible is really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Fall. Director Brander.
I just want to reiterate with Director Fall, with also just remembering the health and well-being of our staff, because if they're coming in at 8:30 in the morning and working until 10 or 11 o'clock at night, that doesn't bode well.
Just a question, having been a shift worker most of my professional life or vocational life, has it ever been the practice here for, if staff are working into the evening, to take time off in the morning? That's usually the way it worked, for me, particularly if I worked past a night shift. I didn't come in for the beginning of the next night shift. Be given hours off. I mean, there's ways of accommodating this, and I do, I respect that working evenings. Most of the meetings that I have are in evenings already. So that means, if I'm going to be working evenings here, I'm going to be missing other things. But I do, so a great concern for me is who's sitting at this table, and to have, it needs to work for the people sitting at this table. There's already considerable challenges getting people who do a good job on the board. And we think about this at the city as well. It's a universal consideration. We've all been involved in these talks, but that's my question: is has that been the practice here at all, to compensate by flexing hours?
Our CAO has the longest corporate memory at the table.
Through the chair, no, we haven't done that religiously. Point of the matter is that even though it's a meeting day, business still continues. And so managers and myself are fielding phone calls, emails, writing reports, or possibly out in the field. But on a meeting day, if we were to have them in the evenings, that would still be occurring, except for, excuse me, we would be doing that type of thing if we were doing late afternoon, evening meetings. But when they're during the day, we're able to focus just our attention on this. Case in point, this morning, we've had to readjust the agenda because an item inappropriately, just because of human error, ended up on the in-camera agenda when it should be in the open. And if we're off during the day and just showing up in time for the meeting, that doesn't give staff time to deal with those types of little things that happen leading up to the meeting during the meeting day. It's catch-22, but staff will do whatever the board desires, and we will see fit to make it happen.
Thank you. Director Lennox.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate, the report actually does a good job of identifying the pros and cons, the benefits of having the meetings in the day, and there's money and there's mental health. But I think you're hearing clearly that mental health of the directors is being affected directly now. And, we're all you're hearing it loud and clear. So there's a balance there. And I just looking at this actual what's before us in 8.5, we might want to consider, I think we all agree it might be split because, the holidays, I think we've all agreed we want to give people that time, whether it's directors or staff, but it's really, we're talking about the first part of this. So I just wondered if it's appropriate to split it and take care of that business or not, or if it's relevant to maybe what we're talking about.
Director Lennox. I'm looking for further hands. Director Ball, is your hand up? Oh, it isn't, sorry. Director Gizmo. So I just want to say now, if there's no further hands, I'd like to move into the next phase, which is where we put a motion on the table and then consider that. So Director Gizmo.
Yeah, I would like to move the proposed document I put forward, and that it be removed, that it be referred to staff is the word I'm looking for.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Director
Second.
Lennox, thank you. Go ahead. You want to speak to it?
Yeah, thankfully we don't have to make a decision today, which is the good news. We've heard around the table that while some directors would like to go into the daytime and some directors would like to go into the evening, I think it really comes down to wants and needs. It would be nice to have the meetings in the day for some, but for those of us that need employment and we need to have some other form of income, like it's really a barrier to us to be having these midday meetings, these long meetings. And honestly, this is very similar to our old meeting schedule that this regional district had for about 20 years, as I'm aware. And I would like this item to be referred to staff for some input, and all the directors, I think, should also be able to put some input in as well for, what works for them. And I think we will need to do some massaging around April because, of course, all the things are bundled up. And then I think we can make a final decision on December the 18th when we also get some input from the regional hospital district. And I know this is a challenging thing for everyone involved, but really our strategic plan, our social sustainability, provide access, support, and advocacy for a safe, secure, and inclusive community. And what we're hearing from those of us that are not retired or independently wealthy is our current meeting schedule doesn't work for us. And I don't know how I can continue to participate when we're having all day meetings. So I'd like to put this forward and have it referred to staff with input from the directors between now and the 18th.
Thank you. Our corporate officer has a comment.
Yes, just for consideration. So as I read the schedule, am I correct? I see that Greens are planning, finance, and committee of the whole to start at 4 o'clock. So is the intention to have those meetings on the 7th and the 20th, like in January, the 7th and the 21st? Or, yeah, so I think I need some clarification before.
My apologies. Just to clarify, I'm not, so let's go with January the 7th. I'm not proposing that all 3 committee meetings start at the same time. That would not make any sense. It would be on the 7th, a committee meeting would be scheduled. So in my mind, I could go, well, let's have committee of the whole on the 7th. The 9th would be a board meeting. We could even put planning committee before the meeting on the 9th. And then on the 21st, we could have finance, which is also green. And then on the 23rd, we could have a regional district board meeting at 7 p.m. And, I was dreaming last night and I thought, we could even schedule a second committee of the whole meeting before that last board meeting of the month in case anything runs overtime. We can just say, let's refer this to the committee of the whole. That way it doesn't fall off. And then hopefully we don't even need that second committee of the whole because we get everything done in time. But like they say in healthcare, hope for the best, but plan for the worst. So that's kind of the intention. I started to kind of go like, well, let's put this committee here and that committee there, but then it became a complete rainbow and became very confusing. And I went, okay, I'm going to pull back and try and make this a lot simpler. That green is essentially for a committee, and then board is the day of the week where there's a 7 o'clock, and we can also put a committee meeting at the start at 4 o'clock on those days. Does that hopefully answer the question of the corporate officer?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I can go back and look at your comments and analyze them. But I think that's a little different than what's on here. So, but I could go back and take that proposal.
I could submit a more detailed one with individual committee meetings, but I don't want to be presumptuous of, what works for staff and what works for the board. I can submit that between now and the 18th for just some general ideas, but with this referral to staff, I think it would open the door for a lot of the directors to provide their input for what works for them and provide information from our staff where, maybe I think the 9th is a good day for a planning committee meeting, but maybe it doesn't work for our planner. And that's where this referral to staff will allow input from all parties. And hopefully we come up with something that works for everyone.
Okay, further discussion on the motion on the table. Director Fall.
Sorry,
Thank you.
one more clarification. You'll see under options in the report, it does outline that it is recommended that any further options we consider at board level, only because we would try to get this for next week because of timing constraints. But
So in that sense, then is this motion out of order?
no, it would just be to refer to staff and we would bring it back at board level.
Instead of committee of the whole.
Instead of committee of the whole, just.
Okay, thank you. Director Fall was next and then Director Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. So as the chair has pointed out, we're talking about the trade-offs between at least two things, and now there's a third thing that's been mentioned. One is the number of days. So the options in the current report have our current system of 2 days a month with a possibility of 3 days a month for options 2 and 3. This option, which, I don't mind having a bit more information on exploring things, but this one would go to 4 days a month. So that's one factor. The other factor is the time of day. The option that's before that's being considered here has start times. I would like this, the consideration of this proposed schedule to also consider earlier start times, because that's an independent factor that we could, you could consider that time, those days of the week with earlier start times and compare what that does for, for costs and other impacts or, costs and benefits. And then the third thing that actually has just come up and isn't, explicitly in this proposal is increasing the number of meetings. So right now we have 5 meetings a month. We used to have 4, but we got 2 board meetings, planning, committee of the whole, finance, and what was just mentioned by Director Gisborne is the possibility of another committee of the whole. So that would be an extra meeting. So I think that's a whole nother factor, which I think we really want to be cautious to start increasing the number of meetings since we've already have more than we had before. So I don't mind, asking for a bit more information on this to explore this, because I do recognize that a number of committee members do want to explore the idea of evening meetings, but I do think we need to kind of keep these pieces separate, and I would like the options coming forward to include looking at these schedules both in terms of the days of the week separate from the timing of the day, and seeing so that then we can pick, we like those days, but we want to start at 4 or we want to start at 10:30. Because I think that's the two main dimensions. And I think talking about other meetings, I think that should be taken off the table and not discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Elliott.
So I like the idea of putting forward a fourth option that explores some of what we're looking for. I'm wondering if the options would come back with a poll from our membership. So here's option 1, 2, 3, and 4. The 4 gets fleshed out by staff to make sure that it operational meets our needs and kind of does the Tuesday, Thursday thing, and that's a fourth option. And we could, you know, vote ahead of time as to which one we prefer, and we could also put comments about what we like or dislike about each one, and then we might find ways to make amendments to any of the options to make it more suitable. Because I think I hesitate to put amendments forward that might accommodate somebody else because I'm not entirely sure what. And so maybe some information around from all of us about the options might help us figure out how to make those options work better. And maybe it won't, but the process that we follow for making a decision around the schedule doesn't always land us in the best consensus spot is what I'm trying. Building consensus requires exploring what works and doesn't work for each of us in each of the options and coming up with, you know, the common themes around each one. And so I was suggesting we want the other option because some people are feeling all the options on the table don't really do it for them. And so we need another option. Need it fleshed out and explain the way all of the other ones are on equal footing. But we also need some kind of a process that helps us determine whether there are tweaks to start times that would help. And just the comments on the having more days for meetings. I think we are trying to cram too many meetings into too few days. And that's part of what I want to do is to spread it out a little better so that we can not necessarily be trying to do everything all in one day for those days that are quite crowded. So it is my opinion that we are trying to do too much in too few days.
Okay, and here's what I think, Director Elliott, that you should hold that thought. We have a motion on the table. This is, I think, substantially different, so it's not
a separate motion.
So let's deal with the motion on the table. And when that is voted on, then I suggest that you make that for staff to do that work and do a poll amongst us regarding what we prefer and why we prefer it. And
Al has a comment.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I would caution you about doing any polls or voting outside of a meeting.
Information gathering.
It's against regulation in section 222.
How then could staff determine how to best meet the varying needs of the people at this table?
That's why you meet.
Thank you. Further consideration of the motion on the table. I'm going to say that although I really don't support this option for reasons that don't matter now, I will vote for it only because it puts a fourth option on the table for further consideration. So in that sense, I can support it, though I really don't support the direction it wants to go in. So that's my only comment. And I'm looking for any further hands. I'm not seeing any. So yep.
Just can I get clarification on what motion is on the table?
Director Gisborne?
To refer the document with a potential proposed schedule to staff.
Okay, and is it then clear that we would want to consider that information together with this information?
Yeah. So the information that I shared gets forwarded to staff for input, and I hope that when it gets forwarded to staff, that also includes, you know, reaching out to the directors and just, you know, not saying, are you in favor or opposed, as, you know, the CAO just informed us. Not allowed to do that, but more of like, are there any issues that you may or may not have or ideas for maybe some other days? Like, for example, you know, the time off in the summer, I think, is a great idea. And I would love to see that come forward on at our next meeting. So that's why we can report to staff. It'll be a fourth option. And then when we do look at this fourth option and I think we can still have those other options available to our assembly as well. But this one allows us to kind of flesh out this idea of having meetings very similar to city council, but just on the off week.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion on the table? Seeing no hands, we'll vote. All in favor? Any opposed? 2 opposed?
Oh,
Director Lennox, are you for or against?
I'm for, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And Director Fall as well? Okay, thank you. That's unanimous. So let's go back to our agenda. And we are now on to, yeah. Yes.
Can I ask for like a 3-minute recess? Like,
Absolutely. Why don't we take a 5-minute bio break? We'll see you then.
I didn't realize it until you said it. Now I got to go to washroom.
Well, you know, you go when it's available, right? Not necessarily when you need to go. I learned that with work.
Keep on my AVICC.
You don't want it. You don't want it. Oh my, completely. You get a fancy water bottle.
Right here.
Did you need something, Director Lennox? Yes, thank you, Chair. We're back in, oh, I think we're waiting for it to record.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back to Committee of the Whole. We are on item, it's, I guess, 8.2, which is the former 8.1, the third quarter 2024 strategic plan progress report. And you have a recommendation before you. If directors so choose, we can take a couple of minutes before putting a recommendation on the table to ask questions of factual information of staff if directors so choose. There is a proposed recommendation before you. What is your pleasure, directors?
Recommendation.
Thank you, Director Brander. Is there a seconder? Director Southcott. Comments on the strategic plan progress report? Seeing Director Gisman.
Yes, I think I brought this up in the past. I love getting these progress reports. It allows us to kind of know, it's like, okay, we pass a motion and then there it is. And, you know, we don't just snap our fingers and things happen. But there are a few items that come up in relation to the regional hospital district. And it always makes me a little concerned that, you know, we don't have the Tuaman representative here. And I'm just wondering if we need a motion or how do we get just those sections that are related to the regional hospital district to go over to the regional hospital district table, so that way the directors there can kind of bash things around, because there are a few things that, you know, motions that are made, you know, years ago, and then it's like, oh, well, like, has this been completed? And I read it, I'm like, I don't know if it even can be completed at this time anymore. And it's kind of something I would like to, you know, as the chair of the hospital district, to be able to ask the assembly, like, hey, are we comfortable with having this item crossed off? Because I think there was one about having a joint strategic planning session with the other two regional hospital districts. And, you know, because of how much time has elapsed, it's like, I don't think that's going to happen because of, you know, the other hospital districts. And they're working on their own initiatives. And so that's kind of one of my thoughts, is how, not to get into those details, but how can we take those items and just shove them over to the hospital district?
Right. And I recall during committee, you talked about pulling those items from, but our corp officer
Staff,
we can address it.
Staff is looking at if it's going to be possible to address it during the first quarter, because that's when we remove all of the items that we that have been completed in 2024. So it will be a easier to achieve task.
Okay, well, that's perfect, because I don't want to pose something that's going to make a pile of work, but hearing that, you know, when it goes into the first quarter, then it could be incorporated then. So potentially
that would be hopefully seen at the end of April.
Okay.
So further discussion on the item? Seeing no hands, we will vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Carry. Item 8.3, the committee terms of reference policy, and you'll see a recommendation before you. Questions, or is there a mover for this recommendation? Okay, Director Scott and Director Brander, thank you. Discussion?
More of a question. I noticed that the amount of people required for a standing committee doesn't talk about the percentage of directors versus non-directors. I think the charter, or the city at least, requires there be as many councillors as there are other members, or some such thing. And I just didn't know if that was applicable here at the regional district. So it's a question.
And I don't believe that it is, because we've had many both ad hoc and standing committees where one director from the board. I'm referring to the Parks and Green Space Plan Advisory Committee, which I sat on as a community representative back in 2010, chaired by Director Brabazon. Also, things like the Recreation Commission and things like that. You know, it's been a long-standing.
For select, though, that's not standing.
Right.
Both the standing are different at the city. I'm just trying to see if they are.
CAO.
Through the chair, this is the language right from the Local Government Act, so we abide by it.
Okay, thank you.
Director Gisborne.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, the Local Government Act just requires one.
Okay, thank you. Director Gisborne.
Thank you, Chair. I have some concerns about the policy, and I'll kind of go through them. The first thing I do want to say, though, is the vast majority of this policy I think is completely fine. It lines up with our past practices and our current practices. You know, like members will carry themselves in an exemplary manner, you know, follow the codes of conduct, follow the anti-racial discrimination and anti-racism policy, comply with WorkSafe BC. All those things are like, they're already in place. We have to comply with those anyways. There are a few things in this proposed policy that do give me concern. So for example, before creating a committee, the board or chair shall be apprised of budget, financial, and operations implications that will be impacted. These factors will be included in the staff report and highlight how much staff support is required to organize and administer committees and, you know, agenda preparation, so on and so forth. Those are, you know, those are mainly like our best practices. That's kind of how we usually do things. But keep in mind that these apply to select standing or advisory committees, and that includes committees such as this one, the Committee of the Whole. That also would include something like the Rural Services Committee. So if we wanted to bring it back, where currently the chair can essentially snap their fingers and the committee is formed, with this policy, that would actually limit the chair's ability, and instead it would require asking for a staff report. To me, that gives me some concern, because what it does is it means that we're starting to actually limit the flexibility of the board, and where, you know, 95% of the time, yeah, let's ask for a staff report on forming a working group or a committee. But there might be cases where an emergent issue comes up, or there's a demand from the public and they want immediate action. And, you know, it's gonna take money, it's gonna take resources, but if there's a strong enough demand around the board, we should be able to just say, let's get it done. And by having this policy in place, I think that actually places more barriers for the board, not just now, but into the future. Another item that I have a bit of concern with is actually point 6 under procedures, which is page 6 of 9. Failure to comply with provincial legislation.
Sheet 6 of 9, yeah.
6 of 9.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I'll slow down. I just had a bunch of coffee. Page 6 of 9, failure to comply with provincial legislation or regulations and/or that regional district policy or resolution may lead up to and include removal from the committee. That kind of language exists in our code of conduct, like having someone removed from a committee. However, that shows up in our code of conduct only if you have like that is a recommendation from a third-party investigator. With that policy showing up in our with this point of the procedure in this policy, I think it might actually butt heads with that code of conduct issue, where code of conduct says it has to go through the third party investigator, whereas this one, you know, the board might look at it and go, you know what, we think someone has not been compliant and we're just going to have them removed, but we haven't then gone through the code of conduct. The other challenge I see is actually point 9 on the same page. As a representative of Cathet Regional District, the appointed director cannot be a passive observer of unacceptable conduct. It is incumbent upon the appointed director to intervene when necessary and provide correction to those who err, relief to those aggrieved, and assurance to all that the dignity of persons in the public process will be preserved. I agree that we should be striving towards that. However, one of the challenges I've seen, not just at this table, but municipal councils and other regional districts around the province, is the elected officials will sometimes witness some kind of conduct issue, and they don't necessarily address it right away. In hindsight, in 2020, they go, oh, I should have said this or I should have said that. But in the moment, I think it really is left up to the chair at that time to say, hey, you know, chair, it's your responsibility to get control over that situation. And, you know, if I'm over at the Agricultural Advisory Committee, don't worry, Dave Murphy's doing a fine job as chairing. But if there's an issue, then I'm not going to get into a back and forth with the chair at that committee meeting. If I do see an issue and the assembly doesn't get up in arms about it, but I'm concerned, I'll reach out to Director Murphy after the meeting, or sorry, not Director Murphy, Chair Dave Murphy. And I'm sorry to pick on him, but it's kind of a similar situation around the table that I find number 9 being kind of problematic, because if a situation does happen and a director isn't really quick on it, then that might be a violation of this policy. And I don't think it's the intent of any elected official to allow that behavior to occur, but it does happen. And it usually kind of takes a bit of time for the folks around the table to actually fully realize what happened. And you know, I think we saw an example over at the city a few months ago or 6 months ago. And yeah, I heard a lot of councillors after going like, oh, I should have said this or should have done that. But at the moment, it's a hard thing to do. So there's a few things about this policy that give me some pause and some concern. Yes, 95% of it I agree with, but you know, much like our our Community Works Funds policy when we changed it, 95% of it I agreed with it, but that 5% is, you know, giving us some trouble. And on top of all that, this policy wasn't actually requested by the board. So I'm just kind of curious as to, like, I know our staff are very busy, but why are we getting this policy? What's the need? All the stuff I agree with in here is already covered by our existing policies.
Okay, thank you. Director Gisborne, you raised kind of 3 points. Item 6 on the list of procedures, item 9 on the list of procedures, and whether or not this was a request from the board. I got that right. So let's get, I'm not sure, CAO or corporate officer, which one of you would be able to address that?
The chair, this policy will never override any legislation. So you have no fears there. This policy will also follow procedural fairness if there are ever any misgivings. This policy, for a good portion, is not intended for the elected. It's intended for our committees, where a majority of the membership of those committees is the public, so that they understand what their obligations are. Because a lot of them do not understand that. And this puts it front and center when they read their terms of reference. And therefore, in some instances, we have directors who are appointed as committee members, but they may be ex officio or non-voting. And in that point, that is when it's really up to them to, whether it's in the moment or a week later, to make sure that the procedures are going according to QRD expectations. And as far as why it's before you because this is a best practice. A number of municipalities and local governments break this into their procedure bylaws or have separate standalones as this. It's a best practice, but we need it because we can't rely on corporate memory anymore. We need policy, which is what you folks set, so that staff know what to refer to in order to know where to go and what to do. Okay? So that's why it's before you, because it's staff's obligation to bring these things to you so you understand and can make decisions that assist us down the road in helping you.
Thank you very much. Did that answer your question?
Kind of. However, I never said it would override legislation. That wasn't a concern of mine.
Let's move on then. Director Elliott, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. The clause that talks about being informed before we make decisions about forming a committee is actually a really good thing. So it isn't intended to get in the way of discretion to create a committee, but just to ensure that the people, whether it's the chair or the board, making a decision about that, understand the financial implications of it before the decision is made. And I prefer that over having the freedom to make decisions without knowing what the financial implications are. And so my concern is opposite. I think we do need structure around when it's appropriate to make our decision and how much information we need. So it isn't specific about things that are likely to get in our way. So I'm supportive of that clause. I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Director Elliott. Further discussion, Director Brender.
Thanks.
Director Fall.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to say I'm in support of it. I think it's a good idea. At least it gives us a starting point. And I like the line that's included that says each section needs to be customized to the unique needs of the committee. So we have to remember this is just a starting point. Everything can be massaged in every specific situation.
Or by any subsequent board.
Exactly.
Thank you. Director Fall.
Thank you, Chair. So a couple of things that I was going to say have just been said. I agree that having structure is good. I mean, as a policy, it doesn't bind the board. The board and the committee can go against that, but it provides guidance and things can be changed. So I think about it provides consistency in the process. So having if we're talking about a new committee, I would like to know what the financial impacts are going to be, and it doesn't have to be onerous. I think it just makes sense to say, is this going to be meeting so many times a year, or is it going to require staff time? Do we have staff time? I mean, if you're not careful, we're in a position where we need a new staff position because we've created more committees and so on. So I think that's really important. I don't think it binds us. I think having consistency is really important. I think it makes it clear to provide a template to include, especially a lot of the new policies that we've developed on code of conduct and bullying and harassment and racial discrimination and so on. That's just clear and it's consistent so that when we create a committee, the public sees that we've got a template. We're not just making each one up ad hoc. It's a starting point. And then the terms of reference come before us. So if we want to say, no, take that out or add that in, I think that all makes sense. The only question I do have, just because Director Gisborne raised it, and I just want to make sure that our process is clear. So that item 6, failure to comply with, say, policies and resolutions may lead up to and include removal from the committee. I'm just wondering if it's a question through the chair of how would that be addressed? What's the process, and is there a need to even add, if there is any issue? If the concerns of Director Gisborne have some weight, then would there be any words that would be added, per existing process, or is that implied in there? So I just want to be check on whether that's clear and whether it would help with any small amendments.
Thank you. Good point to raise. CAO.
Through the chair, that's where I referred to procedural fairness. If there was a complaint made, then we would refer to whichever bullying, harassment, code of conduct, whatever the policy is that was transgressed, and then we would go through the procedural fairness. Again, the intent really being not for you folks, but for the members of the public that comprise majority of our other committees, just that they understand that they have to be civil and they have to be respectful. They have to be responsible around the table. And this is just another way to highlight to them that embedded in all of our go-to type policies are those things. But this now stands out loud and clear to them when they read the terms of reference.
Right.
Thank you, Chair.
On that question, Director Fall, it's the purview of this committee if we want to make amendments or anything that we feel is important. We have the freedom to make that recommendation to the board. So keep that.
Can I have a brief follow-up on that?
Yeah, please,
thank you. Just three minor points. I'm actually fine with moving forward the way it is because we can make amendments now, or if there's an issue, we can make amendments at that time. I mean, we are able to review policies, so I'm okay. I actually don't have a problem with this just coming forward. I think it's seeing a need. Staff have seen a need for this, and it provides the consistency. I think that's good. And in terms of I also read it to be primarily about our committees that have a lot of members of the public on them. And in terms of adding some obligations or responsibilities of the appointed directors, I think it's a good thing. I think of my role on the Lasqueti Waste Management Committee, and I wouldn't call them an unruly crowd, but as a non-voting member, but it is upon me to be the front face to keep order, to help explain. The public doesn't understand Robert's rules and when you can be a bit more informal and how you have to do things and what the process has to be. And in terms of conduct, we've reviewed all those policies. They haven't. So when conduct gets out of control, to try to bring it in. And proactive doesn't necessarily mean right on the spot. It can include follow-up, as Director Gisborne said. I think it's just not ignoring it and letting it persist. So figuring out the best way forward with that. So I'm happy moving forward on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Further comments? Okay, round two of comments, Director Gisborne.
Thank you, Chair. Questions I have is, hold on, let me get to the right page here. As this does apply to the board, but I do get that it also applies to, like working groups and advisory committees, which are for the public, whereas our select and standing committees, as I understand, are part of the board. But oh, that was close. Sorry, I almost sneezed.
I think this mean the regional district committees, we might sit on other people's committees.
Yes. Now, when I'm reading this, sorry, that sneeze kind of reset my brain because it backfired. I would actually be very happy if we crossed out number 6 and number 9, just because like number 6, which I think is covered by the code of conduct, and looking at the code of conduct, it says if a third-party investigator determines to continue the investigation, the third-party investigator shall, and then D, provide recommendations in the report as to the appropriate resolution of the complaint. Recommendations may include, and then all the way down at number 5, removal of the respondent from committee commission membership. At the very bottom of our code of conduct, it has name, date, and signature. So I guess my first question to our staff is, a member of the public joins one of our committees, which is, for example, the Savory Island OCP. Are they not expected to sign the code of conduct? Is that not a requirement to sit on our committees already?
Is that a requirement that they sign the code?
I'm not aware. Point, but we could research.
Okay. And then continuing, so myself, I'd be happy, and then number 9, that one I think that can be maybe misinterpreted from some individuals. I think maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but I would be happy to cross out number 6 and number 9, and I would then be very happy to put in that a requirement to be on one of these committees is to actually sign the code of conduct. So that if a member says, yeah, we're going to appoint you to agricultural advisory or the OCP advisory committee, that it says, look, you're not actually a committee member until you sign our code of conduct. And then that puts it front and center where it says, hey, if you're gonna sign something, I assume you're gonna read it. So that would actually make me very happy. And then the concern around limiting future board and chair decisions around creating committees, I think I can let that one slide, but I think number 6 and number 9, I'd be happy to cross those out and then insert, if you're gonna be on a committee, you gotta sign it, the code of conduct.
So are you then moving an amendment to the recommendation on the table, and that is to remove items 6 and 9 and add in a clause about requirement to sign code of conduct to be on one of our committees? Is that correct? Are you moving
I
that?
think that's a good idea, and I will make that motion.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? I'll second that for discussion purposes. Discussion. Great. Gisborne first, then Elliott, then Director Alternate Adams. Alternate Director Adams.
I'll be brief because I think I've already beaten this one. I think it's number 6 and number 9. They can be a little bit vague. As Director Fall said, we can still amend this policy. I think there might be maybe some clear language around number 9, which is, that there is a responsibility of a director if they see inappropriate conduct. Maybe some extra language around, like, if you see it, you're not going to get hammered over the head for not dealing with it right away, but it is something that, maybe you should speak to the chair about, or maybe you should speak to the individual about, and I think that can be something added in the future. And then number 6, asking for it to be removed, I think that is language that's already covered in our code of conduct, and that's why, having that replaced with, people got to sign our code of conduct in order to participate on our committees. And in that code of conduct, if you act up in inappropriate ways, you could be removed from the committee. And I think that then makes it very clear that, hey, we want to see good work from our committee members. And that's the reason for the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you, Director Elliott and Director Adams.
Thank you. So,
speaking to the amendment.
Yeah. So I'm not in favor of removing them altogether. I would be okay with changing some of the language. I don't think we want to invoke third-party investigators for conduct of a person who's on a committee that is not a director. The code of conduct is primarily for trying to manage things that may come up with elected officials and directors in this case. And the only remedy really appropriate in a committee for someone who's not a director is removal from the committee, and doesn't require the expense of a third-party investigator, in my opinion. I think the clause is there to say, you must comply with these things. If you're not willing to, then you could possibly be moved from the committee is the way to go, rather than leading it with negative language like failure. We could say compliance with is mandatory. Please do so. If not, we may have to remove you from the committee, kind of things. 9, I think the wording around correction could be changed to guidance or direction rather than acting like a parent kind of language. I think it's more respectful to call that guidance and direction as opposed to correction. So I think the language could be made more respectful in our document, but I don't want them removed. I think the intention of them is correct.
Thank you, Director Elliott. Director Adams.
Yes, I would back what Director Elliott was saying. I think that both of those clauses should remain in the policy. I'm actually okay with it as written, but I would also honor your amendments for friendlier language. To me, number 9 is saying it's different than the code of conduct. If there are members sign the code of conduct, that's saying that they say that they will behave in this manner. But number 9 is saying, but if they don't, then the director has an obligation to try and rectify the situation. So I see it as an important clause to be staying in this policy.
Thank you, Director Southcott. Then I'll put myself on the list.
Thank you. I would like to see 6 a little more explicit. I think that it needs to refer to more than just the code of conduct. There's at least 2 other policies that I think of when I read 6, and I think they need to be referred to as well. as far as 9 goes, I also would be in favor of Director Elliott's suggestions of slightly changing the wording. I wouldn't like to see both of these removed. My reason is because previous terms of reference have always had expectations in them of conduct. And I think that as we're seeing I guess you could call it an increasing dynamic range of participation in committees, meetings, public meetings, that we need to be more, we need to give more attention to what will help us guide our process to working together constructively, and instead of the kind of conflictual atmosphere that seems to be generated pretty quickly these days. So I would support change, but I wouldn't support removing them. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Silkon. So next on the speakers list, I also do not support removing them, but what I'm hearing around the table, and with which I totally agree, is that there's a need for some revisions in the language, in the wording, be more explicit. And those are comments that I believe are all doable. So what I suggest procedurally is that we defeat this motion and then have another motion that it be brought back to the board with revised wording to meet the concerns that raised around this table. And if, that's how I would take the process. So if there's any further discussion on the amendment, please let me know. Director Gisborne, and your last comment on this.
And here I am going to vote against my amendment. I actually agree with Director Elliott. My original intent was like, let's strike out those 2 lines if we want to just get this thing passed. But I think the other members around the table are identifying, number 9 and number 6 may require a little bit of massaging to really meet our intent. And so, yeah, I would actually now vote against this amendment because I think number 9 can actually have more details, because it just dawned on me that, inappropriate conduct amongst committee members of the public may occur at a meeting, but it also may occur outside a meeting. And there is a responsibility of the director there. If a committee member comes to a director and says like, hey, so-and-so is, attacking me or something in public or something like that, then there is a way for the director to say like, okay, how do we massage the situation? How do we rectify it? But I want to kind of see the language change so it's written or read less like a hammer and more like a
carrot, rather.
Like a carrot or something like, hey, how do we provide guidance rather than provide correction? Because that language kind of makes me a little like, does that make it seem like I might be adversarial with the chair at a meeting? So I'm actually going to vote against the amendment, and I look forward to some massaging of those 2 policies. Thank you, Chair.
And agree with you, my second chance to speak. I just think that it's somewhere in our procedural rules. There is an opportunity if the meeting gets unruly and the chair is not able to, keep order, we do have as chairs the responsibility and the opportunity to call 911 for assistance. And so that is something that we can do, and I would expect, because that is the prerogative of the board and the standing committees, how that filters down to our advisory committees and such. I'm not sure about that. We'd have to maybe clarify that. But in any case, I think that it's good to defeat this and then move forward on the things that we care enough about. So if there's not any further discussion, we will vote on the amendment. So all in favor of the amendment? Any opposed to the amendment? That is defeated. So what are your thoughts, Director Elliott?
So I would like to put the motion on the floor that we send it back to staff to revise language to address concerns raised. Help me if I build this. Essentially, I'd like to make statements talk about what is required rather than what happens when it fails. And so if this is required, non-compliance could result in it's fine, but the statement talking about what's required rather than if you fail to do these things kind of language. So that's I want to reverse the emphasis onto what is required rather than what happens, like just failure, like you're starting out that sentence assuming someone's failing at something. So I just
whatever that motion is.
And I don't know how to saying, but the expression is like it's just more respectful to talk about what's required and assume people will comply rather than and similarly, people don't really need correction. What they need is maybe guidance or direction. And so I went off topic a little bit. The motion I'm trying to make is similar to what Sandy was talking about, but send it back to staff for revisions around creating respectful and positive language for the intent's great. Just change the language a little bit.
Second.
And that's seconded. And our corporate officer will put that up on the board so we hopefully it's just so that we all have a common understanding of what we're discussing and what's on the table so that we're all on the same song sheet here. Technology being willing.
Refer to staff for expansion on item 6 and 9, or I guess or something.
I wouldn't call it expansion. I would say revision. But
yeah. And the points that you raised, Director Elliott, would be part of the gamut of improvements that we all collectively kind of like.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to say, Michelle.
Yeah. Sorry. That's what I seconded.
Okay. So discussion on the motion on the table. Director Fall.
Thank you, Chair. I support this. I think we're talking about minor tweaks mainly to sections 0.6 and 9. And I think, in the 6 one, I think starting off, as Director Elliott said, that would be a simple way to turn it positive. Members shall comply with blah, blah, blah. But I do think it does need to then follow up with what happens with the failure. So it's not that we can't talk about failure. You need to be able to say failure may lead up to and include removal, and however that might turn out. But I think starting with the assertion of what the members are expected to do is a good way to improve that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Fall. And okay, so we're speaking to the motion, Director Gisborne. I'll put myself on.
Yes, I'm fully in support of this motion. When I think about item number 6, because this policy does apply to select and standing committees, I think if it's a member of the board for procedural fairness under code of conduct, that would require a third-party investigator. However, it's a member of the public that's just been appointed to the committees. Maybe item 6 can be expanded to say it's at the discretion of the board if someone is going to be removed for breach of a perceived breach. Because I agree with Director Elliott that, do we want to spend a whole bunch of money for an appointment when really it's for who gets appointed to our committees. So unless that has a run-in with procedural fairness, which I think our staff can.
Actually, board or chair, depending on the type of committee.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Good. Thank you. And to throw another just comment into the mix of comments, in item 9, it says that it's incumbent upon the appointed director to intervene when necessary and provide correction if people are not observing acceptable conduct. I think the word intervene is it's too strong a word. It envisions somebody, like strong-arming people, etc. Intervention of diplomacy, certainly is appropriate, but the word intervention, just that, intervene when necessary. I guess I'm kind of concerned about the ramifications of that word in the policy if we're talking about language to change. So any further discussion on the motion on the table, Director Scott?
Thank you, Chair. After feeling like I fell flat on my face a month ago as acting mayor up the hill, I have to disagree with you as far as the word intervene. I think we're in times where I think that word can be used in a compassionate and in a empathetic way, actually. But I don't think that anything less is required of leadership in our world now, in times where there's so much divisiveness, and it really takes very strong will here, and I'm looking right in the mirror to inspire that. So I am liking strong language more than I used to. I hear where you're coming from, but I just have to add that.
Thank you. And we all have different opinions, so staff will certainly enjoy putting all that together. So anyone who hasn't spoken in round one discussion on this item wants to speak. So seeing no hands, Director Elliott.
Oh, I just wanted to suggest a word that act, the word act. So if you replace intervene with act, it doesn't presuppose it's a negative thing. And it's getting at the point that non-action is not what we're looking for in this regard, right? We're looking for action. So, I think that's a really great, it's a better word, director to act when necessary and provide, guidance, direction. And so that's the kind of language I would propose.
I like that. Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the item on the table? Seeing no further hands, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. So, great decision. We're cooking along. Okay, so item 8.4, which is the 2025 on the road board meeting, and there is a recommendation on the table. Good one.
I would like to move it.
The recommendation seconded by Director Brander. Thank you. Discussion. Director, good one.
I'm very excited as the director of Area B to see that Area B is next on the list for the on the road board meeting. And I guess my one question would come to staff is, where in Area B would where would that work? Because I know we don't have like big community halls, maybe at fairgrounds or something like that. So just a thought of, folks start asking me where's some ideas.
Thank you. I'd have to go back. I do believe that Area B submitted that they like to meet at Myrtle Point Golf Club often. So sometimes try that, but because we're meeting in the summer, it might not work out. So we would just explore.
And further to that, I've been on this board long enough now that I'm into my second cycle of board on the road. And yeah, I think it was Myrtle Point, the golf club that we met at. Pretty good fun. But I'm sure there's staff records of that. And that seemed to work very well. So we'd have to schedule it on an appropriate day, of course. Dr. Elliott.
I just wanted to point out that Colorado Therapeutic Riding has a venue, and they're always, we're always trying to find ways to raise revenue to support a very charitable service in our community. It helps children with disabilities and even adults get therapy with horses. And the more we can do to help our nonprofits, the better. So I just wanted to say that because the topic came up.
And I think that's a great suggestion. And one of the criteria I know when selecting locations on Texada is internet connection, so that staff who were attending remotely can do that. So
we have internet.
And I know that was a big factor on Texada. So yep, no, that's great. Anything else on the board on the road? Seeing no hands, all in favor? Any opposed? We are now on to 8.5, the Regional District Board appointments. And so as you will see in the agenda, it gives a list of all of the various appointments, and then other ones are together on the end. And that is based on the way we filled out that survey that we all filled out. So if we're agreeable, I'd like to take each item one at a time and consider each item one at a time as they're listed in the agenda. And then, and that way we have some order to how we proceed. So, yeah, Director Brander.
Starting with number one, I move the committee recommend to the board appoints Director Southcott as the representative and Director Brander as the alternate to the Municipal Insurance Association.
Okay, discussion? Seeing no hands, all in favor? Perfect.
So for me, it's easy to look at the spreadsheet. And the order of the recommendations is not in the order of the spreadsheet. Well, I guess those other ones didn't require anything.
No.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, some are given that they go to the, you know, board chair, and some are given if they go to the area director or the hospital district chair, et cetera.
Yeah, I just mean we hadn't started at the top of the page, and I realized as I was saying it, it was because that one didn't require a motion because it was, I guess, affirmed from no change. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be my understanding. So carrying on, recommendation number 2 regarding director is the alternate to the North Island 911. So we have two possible alternates. What is your pleasure? What?
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
The previous appointed person was Director Doubt, who isn't on our board anymore. So it looks like we need to appoint both the representative and the alternate, and we've got Director Southcott and Lennox, and so I guess it's who prefers to lead and who prefers to be alternate would be the question.
Well, we have Southcott down under the representative, and
He hasn't
both
been
of them
appointed.
down, so that would leave Director Lennox as the alternate. So this recommendation is that we appoint the alternate. Read the wording. Recommends that the board appoint Director blank as the alternate to the North Island 911 Corporation.
So my point is
There's also on the
we
list
haven't appointed a
as well.
representative yet either.
911, right?
As a board.
Okay, so let's get clarification from our corporate officer regarding the ones where there's only one name.
So there was no competition to be, like, there was not two directors or 3 directors who submitted. So for the North Island 911, Director Southcott would be now would be representative, and we could actually just move Director Lennox as the alternate, because that's the only other person who put their name.
So you'll make different motions when it gets to the board level for appointments?
So yes, so what will happen is
We're
that
just resolving the
ones that don't have.
I'm sorry,
only
this
one
is the
person.
process that I was confused about, because I'm like, we do have to actually make a motion at some point to appoint somebody.
Yeah,
So that's what I got confused about.
Sorry, I was on the wrong page.
so on, if you'll note, thank you through the chair, that you, this will be, the document will be updated and forwarded to the board for final approval. So it will be one motion that all appointments will occur.
So the names that are listed under representative in black are the names where only one person indicated preferred. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
The red stuff.
Okay, so it's the ones in red that we will be making a decision. Okay, so let's get back to motion number 2 regarding the alternate. And did I hear a motion to put Director Lennox?
I'll make the motion, sure.
Second.
Okay, all right, any discussion? Director Fall?
Just briefly, I just want to point out, related to our previous discussion, item 10, when we get to that, we'll cover everything else that's in where there's only a single director. So when we get to that one, that's all the other ones that only have a single name. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Paul.
Thank you, Director Fall. All right, so we will, did we vote on the 911? Yeah, okay, so.
No, I don't have a vote yet.
Okay, so all in favor of the recommendation for Director Lennox, okay? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. So number 3 is regarding the board appointing Director Blank to the North Sunshine Coast Ferry Advisory Committee. Director Gisborne and then Director Elliott.
I was gonna just say, my understanding was that BC Ferries is canceling that, so.
I can speak to that.
Yeah, so that's what I hear as well. And certainly BC Ferries, as I know from having sat on the Ferry Advisory Committee for over a decade, BC Ferries will do what BC Ferries does. And that is simply the way they are. However, at this time, the advisory committees do exist. And we have mandated a director to serve in that capacity, certainly for as long as I've been here and a lot longer. So until such time as they actually disband, I think it's appropriate to appoint someone. There may be several meetings before they do, disappear. And besides, BC Ferries may change their mind. So you never know with them. So those are my thoughts, Director Ellie.
Thank you. So I've been on the Ferry Advisory Committee for since I was director here in 2022. And it's expected to disband in April of 2025. So there still is some work to do. I'm willing to stay there, and I think it's probably a good idea that I do because I have the history, and it is winding down with only not that many things to do between now and then. So I think it's logistic. I think it makes practical sense to just stay with that committee until it winds down.
I'll second that.
Okay, that is seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no hands, all in favor, Director Elliott? Any opposed? Carry. Okay.
A point of parliamentary privilege. Is
Yes.
it me or is it really hot in here?
Thank you. It's very hot. I'll go turn off the. Give me 1 second.
I believe it's just a point of privilege because we're in Parliament.
Yeah. Thank you for raising that point, because if we're not comfortable, we're not going to think appropriately, directors.
I'm starting to
We're
melt.
now on item number 4, regarding our director representative to the BC Social Procurement Initiative Executive Committee. So
Food security? Oh, it's on hold. Okay, never mind.
So is that, that's blanked out. It says this can dissolved in 2024. So that's taken off our list? Is that correct?
I don't see it on the listing.
Yeah, so I think what I see here is there's a,
Is this
did we
committee?
vote on the Ferry Advisory Committee
Yes.
yet? Okay, thank you. And so the next one would be Lifts Powell River Food Security, but it's on hold until March. So the appointment would be made.
No, this is social procurement.
Yeah, I don't see it on.
Listed as number 4.
Number 4.
And on the chart, it's what we all indicated. It says that it was dissolved in 2024.
Yes.
So there's no appointment.
Steering committee was dissolved. It looks like the executive committee's still there.
So we would just delete item number 4. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. I know that Ms. West was doing research on this up to last week, and she was trying to get answers on that. So I think that perhaps we would just not make a decision on this one until we get more from that.
Okay, so we'll put that one on hold, and everyone in agreement with what's going to happen with that. Okay. Do you need a motion or just?
No,
Yeah.
just skip.
Okay, so that brings us to number 5, as a representative to Lifts Powell River Food Security project. And I guess I'll put myself on the speakers list to say that I've been on this committee. Sorry, I haven't been on this committee. It's food security. That's Director Gisborne, I think, isn't it? Food security. Okay, I'm seeing Director Southcott and Director Lennox both down as accept. Is there a motion that someone would like to make regarding either director?
Paul has his hand up.
I'll move to appoint Director Lennox, and I'll explain if someone seconds it.
Director Lennox. Is there a seconder for that? Or some, any discussion?
And just briefly, I recognize that Director Lennox isn't here, although alternate Director Adamson is, so she may speak. But I looking at the numbers of appointments, and I really appreciate all the items that Director Southcott put his name forward for, which I really appreciate, being really really open. But I think there's a lot, and I think this is one of Director Lennox has relatively fewer accepts or preferred, so I think it would be helpful to put Director Lennox on it if he's willing.
Any further discussion, Director Elliott?
Just that I noticed it's on hold until March as well. And so I'm curious about whether it was on hold because they were just banning it, or what the why is it on hold, and what's the future of that? I guess we don't know that.
Do we know, corporate officer?
Thank you through the chair. We have not received information on why it is on hold, but I don't believe just that it is on hold till March 2025.
So till March of 2025, then it would make sense. Then would it make sense to appoint someone at this point? It would. Okay, Director Southcott.
Thank you. I'd be quite happy to be alternate to Director Lennox.
Okay. All right, so that would put Director Lennox as the appointee and Director Southcott as the alternate. That's what you're moving?
Yeah, sure. Would that be an amendment? Or?
Okay, it's already moved. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Carry. Okay, so that is, I'm just keeping a diary here. All right, so number 7 then is the representative to the Recycle BC Advisory Committee. And I have Director Brander and Director.
Point of order, Chair. I think it's number 6 that we're on.
Sorry. Okay. Oh, okay. The Vancouver Island Coastal Communities Solid Waste and Circular Economy Director. I don't know who was first, Elliott or Gisborne.
I was going to nominate Director Elliott.
Director Elliott has been nominated. Is there a seconder for that? Director Brander? Discussion, Director Gisborne, then Elliott.
I'll be very brief. I just see later on our on the list, Solid Waste Management Plan Monitoring Advisory Committee. It is Director Elliott and Director Gisborne as the two names there. And for the discussion that's been happening over at the Vancouver Island Coastal Communities Committee on Solid Waste and Circular Economy, some of the topics that come up is like there's a lot of overlap between them, because they'll be asking like, hey, how's your solid waste management plan coming together? And if you're not on the Solid Waste Management Committee, the answer might be, I don't know. So that's why I think Director Elliott is a good fit for it. And
I'll go to Director Elliott.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm interested in, I just got started on this committee. The reasons we had me be on this committee, whereas Director Gisborne pointed out that he thought there should be some continuity and some ties between who's doing the local versus the broader regional. And so I bought into that argument, and I recently had my first meeting of this group, which doesn't meet that often. And I think that I'd like to continue that. And so that's how I feel.
Yeah. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. So now on item number 7, the Recycle BC.
I move the committee recommends to the board that the board appoint Director Fall as the representative to Recycle BC Advisory Committee.
Director Fall has been nominated. Is there a seconder for that? Director Gisborne, thank you. Discussion, Director Fall.
I'll accept that. Just briefly, we haven't even met yet since my last appointment, and they're apparently still reviewing our expressions of interest, or their expressions of interest. So we'll see when that will occur. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Fall. Director Elliott.
It's a question. So the issue around Recycle BC discontinuing our exemption from the industrial and institutional and commercial ICI, is that something that goes through the advisory committee at all? I know that's a little off topic, but I just had that, it matters because I'm trying to.
Okay, and I'd ask everyone to try to stay on topic because we still have a lot of items before us. So Director Fall, did you have an answer?
Oh, no, other than just to reiterate what I just said, which we haven't even met yet. So when that happens, when I get when they accept the appointment, if this passes, then for sure we will liaise, Director Elliott. And I think we need to make sure some of these issues are carried forward. So I don't know.
Thank you. Thanks. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. So we're now on to item number 8, regarding the Regional Emergency Management Executive Committee. And I'll recognize Director Brandon and I'll go on the speakers list.
Thank you. I would move that the committee recommend to the board appoint Director McCormick as the second representative to the BC.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? Director Southcott, thank you. I've chaired this committee for the last 6 years, and although it meets infrequently, I think the depth of the kinds of discussion regarding what our role is really important. Now, there's a workshop tomorrow, and I've reminded all directors that we're invited to an emergency management workshop, which is very helpful for us to know as to what happens if there's a state of disaster. So I will stop digressing and go back to the motion on the table. Is there further discussion? Seeing no hands, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Number 9 recommends that we appoint Director Gisborne to the Housing Roundtable.
So moved.
Is there a seconder? Okay, Director Elgin. Discussion.
Just
Okay, seeing no discussion. Yeah.
I just want to thank Lord Rodden for recommending that this could be a possible appointment, and I'm very passionate about housing and housing policy reforms and all that kind of stuff. So I'm very excited to get involved with the housing roundtable that's hosted by the City of Powder River, and I thank the Assembly for having my name go forward for this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I see an opportunity to work with that body and the Lift Housing Homelessness Task Force. So I see an opportunity for some overlap there. So further discussion. Seeing no hands, all in favor? Any opposed? Director Gisborne is elected. So number 10, that we endorse all of their proposed appointments as prescribed. So yeah, we can do that and make amendments if appropriate, if all of the other above doesn't work for us. Yeah, Director Elliott.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. I'd like to draw attention to one of the ones that we have not considered, and that is the Lift Homelessness Task Force, which Director Southcott's name is down on our list. So we've had communication, and I don't know, I'm most interested in staying, and I did put A on my form, but I should have put P. So that's why that's the way it is. So is there a motion regarding this item, Director Southcott?
I'd like to move that Chair McCormick be appointed to that committee.
Point of order.
No.
We had a motion on the floor already.
Do we have a motion on?
No.
It would be an amendment.
But so the first thing you would have to do is, I
yeah,
can
the
understand
amendment.
that you're trying to do this before we accept all other recommendations, but you would need to then move to post or table it in order to accept another motion.
Okay, so procedurally, corporate officer, can we pull items out of that list the way we would on a consent agenda?
I think procedurally we could move to table it and then
Move to table.
motion to amend the.
Okay, all right. So the motion to table then. Moved and seconded, Elliott and Gisborne, discussion. Seeing no hands, all in favor of tabling, okay.
And we can go back to that.
Thank you. So then we would.
Director Southcott.
Yeah, I move to nominate Director McCormick to the Homelessness Advisory Committee. Is that it?
Lift, yeah.
Lift.
Task force.
Yeah. Homelessness Task Force.
Is there a seconder for that? Director Gisborne, thank you. Discussion. I've already said my bit, so you've heard me. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Okay, are there any other?
So now we're going to bring back from the table.
Bring back from the table, okay.
So on the table now.
Okay, it's on the table now. So further discussion on the item now on the table. Seeing no hands, all in favor?
Director McCormick or Chair?
Paul, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say briefly, I just want to thank staff for adding in the numbers of meetings and the approximate time. I know I believe I was the one who suggested or requested that happen, and I know it was some extra work this round, but it really helped me understand. I think it makes it a lot more clear that taking on a committee role isn't the same when it's 12 meetings a year than when it's one meeting a year, and whether it's a one full day meeting and or a 3 hour. So I think that's extra work. Hopefully it'll be easier going forward to keep that. But I think it really helps me understand what our balance of obligations and commitments are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Fall. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, all in favor? Any opposed? Carry. So that brings us to the 11. Oh, yes, 11. Incorporate all appointments recommended into the board appointments and present them at the December board meeting.
Moved.
Gisborne, seconded by Director Elliott. Discussion? The Director Gisborne?
Yeah, just taking a look through the list, and I'm sorry to make that a little bit slower. I just noticed that the Power Over Sports Hall of Fame doesn't have anyone being appointed to it. It's supposed to return in 2025. I'm not putting my name forward, just to make that clear. I'm just wondering if the Assembly is aware that if this motion passes, I don't think we're appointing anyone to the Sports Hall of Fame. And if anyone is interested in jumping on that, then I guess now is the time to speak up, right? Is that correct?
That would be my take on it, yes. Officer.
I think what will happen, what I understand is that we'll receive an invitation when it comes forward. Okay. They'll send us out.
And then we can appoint at that point. Okay. Well, thank you.
So that brings us to 2025 standing committee, which
We're going to be all the motion on the floor. That's number 11. You need to call.
Oh, we haven't voted on 11. I think I need a lunch break. Is there any further discussion on item number 11? Seeing no hands, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimous. Corporate Officer.
If you want to call a break, I believe.
What is your pleasure? Do you want to go till 1 o'clock and then take a 20-minute break? Is that good? Consensus. So item 8.6, which is the New Fire Safety Act, and there is a recommendation before us, and perhaps our corporate officer could put that on the screen share so everyone can see what it is.
So moved.
That's not in my agenda. I have to refresh maybe.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'd like to propose one very minor amendment, which you might take as a friendly amendment, and that is to delete the word carbon. With it says to the municipal affairs with a carbon copy to the fire commissioner. I think just with a copy.
I think that's what I moved.
Is that a friendly amendment? And that's what you moved? Yeah. So, since you're familiar on this item. Director Gisborne.
Be very quick. When this item came up, I believe earlier in the month or last month, I expressed my displeasure at the provincial government, and I am very much in support of this motion because it seems to be inconsistent with the information that we received at the Electoral Area Directors Forum earlier this year, which was, if we get a complaint, we could essentially just forward the information along to the Fire Commissioner's office. But now the province wants us to appoint, the potential investigator, which I believe we appointed Ryan Toms. But as we know how the province is, they say, oh, don't worry, we'll give you all the supports you need. And then in a couple of years, they pull the carpet out from under us and we're stuck holding the bag of costs and liability and all the other kind of stuff. So with this motion, if we pass this motion, then when we have our next Electoral Area Director Forum, or their next AVICC, then the board members can point to this motion and say, hey, province, we're not too happy with how you're doing this. And we want to make sure that there's assurances that this is not just going to be another thing that gets dumped on us with very little to no notice. So very much in support of this. Happy to see it here. And that's it.
Thank you, Director Gisborne. And I recognize Director Fall is next, but we also have Mr. Toms with us. Do you have a comment on this report or the recommendation the fact that it's sort of downloading or whatever? Trying to?
Yes, Chair, I wouldn't mind taking a half a minute just to follow up since right in the report that we have had, the CAO and I have had some communications with fire commissioner staff. I think there is the no cost issue is definitely the issue that we're seeing, something that we're aware of the direction the board gave this past month, and the things that you believe you all heard over the last few years, and listening to the fire commissioner staff, it doesn't seem that we're all on the same page. So I do think it's a good idea to roll this communication out and speak with other regional districts also to see what they're hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Hey, Director Fall.
Thank you, Chair. And I was actually going to ask for that. I think it was really useful, and I appreciate the report coming forward and the explanation. And I also appreciate the fairly firm line that's being drawn here, because the province has made it clear through all their communications, there will be no cost, and no cost means no cost in my view. And what seems to be happening here is just a little bit of cost, or just a little bit of time, right? There's no dollar cost. You just get the fire chiefs out there. You just get our manager of emergency services or other staff out there on the inspection. That's a cost, and I think it's really clear for us, really good and incumbent on us to say no. When you say no cost, you mean no cost. If you want our participation, send us some funds, and we will participate in some way if we are able to. But don't just imply cost, especially when the emphasis has been on no cost and getting buy-in from the local government. So I do concur with the comments Director Gisborne made too, that if depending on where this goes, we may need to, resolution through AVICC or going through the Electoral Area Directors Forum or something like that. I think this is a big issue because maybe it's innocuous, but there seems to be a pretty fine step from a little bit of cost going on these inspections, get the fire chief, get our staff out there, to, oh, you're going to do it. You're able to do it. You have the experience doing it. Why don't, next time you just go and give, the office of the fire commissioner a call or a report, and then it's an easy download. I think it's really important for us to say, no, you put in this legislation. You said you'd be doing it with no cost to regional districts. So do it. And so I totally support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Fall. Now, Director Elliott is next, but our CAO has a comment, so we'll go to him.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, at that Teams meeting that we had, the fire commissioner expressed that there will always be costs. And the example he gave was they don't have fire trucks. Their FSAs, their fire safety advisors, have vehicles with their insignia on it, and they've got minor equipment in that vehicle. But he said, if they need a ladder or a fire truck or something like that, they will be calling upon us. And he said, a possible exception might be that if the incident is so minor, i.e. a garden shed that is burnt down, they may just phone and ask for the records from the investigator that's been appointed here. But my point to this is that he has now changed his tune in that he's now stating that there will always be costs, where as before, they were saying there would be no cost to the RD. He also expressed that fire chiefs really wanted to be involved. And we didn't disagree with that, but I think that, as General Manager of Emergency Services have pointed out to me after the meeting, that kind of means that the fire commissioner is looking at this through the wrong lens. They're all brethren. They've all been in firefighting capacities, and they're looking at it as a firefighting episode versus as authority having jurisdiction or administrative. And because of that, that seems a little bit problematic. And just this morning, the regional director from Caribou, Al Richmond, reached out to me by email. He obviously got word and wind that I have been rallying behind the scenes to get some attention on this matter. And he has asked for my input on what occurred in our experience, which I shared with him. I basically shared with him the report that Ryan put together for you, plus some highlights from our teams meeting. And it'll be interesting to see what Director Richmond does with that information from his end. I know that my colleagues that sat on that working group were not pleased with the matter. And I think it needs to go to the province and to the UBCM so that they understand what's going on, because this is not what you guys bargained for.
Can we spell double speak? Director Elliott, you're next, then Director Gisborne.
Thank you. So what I thought we were talking about is that we would, you know, have people appointed into positions that would facilitate investigations that would be happening from the fire inspector's office with the provincial level staff, and that they're not to charge us for those services for investigations or inspections when they're doing stuff in our region. And so no cost, meaning we expect you to continue to conduct these and not charge us. We know that we have our manager, Mr. Tom's, facilitating things here on our end, but the investigation itself, which is not the same as putting the fire out or what have you, or maybe collecting information on the scene to forward to the investigators. So we know we're doing that and it's part of what we're doing. But when the provincial government has their fire safety inspector come in and conduct work affiliated with fires in our region, they're not charging us for it. And so that's what I understood the no cost to be, and that we would not be conducting those investigations, but rather facilitating them. And so am I incorrect in understanding that?
Mr. Thomas, do you have some clarity?
Yeah, through the chair. If I followed Director Elliott's question correctly, you are correct. And we're following the direction from the board, which you have appointed myself as the investigator and inspector for the regional district, with the direction to pass any of those needs on to the fire commissioner, with the expectation they'll do this at no cost. And that has been, the surprise has been that they certainly did. And I think that's the learning is that we've had in the last 2 weeks. We've had a couple of fire incidents in 2 of our fire service areas, and they did indeed send their fire service staff over. And they did indeed, at least not so far, they haven't sent us a bill. So that part is good. What was a bit of a surprise was the language being used by their staff, with the expectation that we would get out on the ground, spend some hours with them, both with myself and at least one of our fire chiefs, when we didn't think it was necessary. And in fact, they did come, their staff completed the investigations and went back. And so far as we can see, there was actually no need for us to be on site. So, but again, there was some words being shared from their staff, really trying to encourage us to get out there with them. And we had to explain that, trying to respect the board's direction here, we didn't think that we should be using our staff time. And then, as the CAO mentioned, the fire commissioner took it a step further to say that we should even expect possible equipment costs, and didn't seem to think that he'd have an ability to reimburse us for those costs. So yeah, from what we've learned so far, we can really see costs coming. You got to bear in mind, this is for all of the regional district, just not our fire service areas, but all the way up to Toba Inlet, float cabins on the lake, anywhere where there might be a fire that causes property damage or injury, the regional district would be responsible for an investigation. If you start tallying that up just in the staff hours alone, you could be looking at some costs.
Thank you, Director Elliott. I know Director Gisborne is next, but it is after 1 o'clock, so I'd like the consensus, if we can agree to conclude the consideration of this item and then take our break. Are we all okay with that? Okay, Director Gisborne, you're next.
I'll be very quick. For those that are not electoral area directors or to the Electoral Area Directors Forum, we had this presentation, I believe, from the Fire Commissioner's office, and I was getting up to the mic, and Al Richmond spoke first, and they had all this clarification that there's not going to be any cost because, as Ryan Thompson pointed out, this applies to the entire regional district, even where we don't have fire protection. So way up in Toba Inlet, there is no fire service out there. So one of the questions is, who's paying for that? When Al Richmond made the clarification that this would not be to any cost, and that would essentially, we get a call about a complaint, and then it essentially just gets forwarded to the province, I made a very specific question where I said, hey, are we essentially front counter BC? As in, someone gets a complaint and we just forward that information onto the fire commissioner's office, and that's the end of it. Because if we're going to have to take on more responsibility and more cost, then I would like to see a service agreement with the province that says, sure, we'll do it, but we'll send you a bill. Because that is not what was promised to us. That was told to the Electoral Area Directors Forum. That was told to all of us that, no, we're not going to have to pay all this money. And now they're changing their tune. And that's what really gets under my skin. So I'm completely in support of this motion, and I have a lot more to say, but let's have lunch.
Put myself on the list very briefly. It seems to be there's ambiguity over the issue of no cost. Now, I get that they're saying there's no cost for their staff services. We take that to mean there's no cost to us in our budget. And so there's hopefully clarity that will come as a result of this communication that will address that, because it's hard to know which way, to take that. It could go either way. The other thing is, if we are going to be expected to sustain the costs of our staff and fire departments, then is that something that needs to be added to the fire department budgets? So that there's a fund aside for dealing with those issues should that arise. It may be years and it wouldn't arise, but it might get to it once, like you just had. And the other final, I guess, perhaps I would make this a question to Mr. Toms. In areas such as Texada, where there's no regional district fire service, but there are still volunteer fire departments, if there was a fire, how would that be resolved? Would we be involved in any way, or is it strictly where our fire departments are located?
Yeah, through the chair, that's a great question, because the Act only speaks to regional districts and municipalities. Municipalities have long had responsibilities around fire inspections and investigations, so it's really just brand new for regional districts. Regarding Texada Island, where we know that there are 2 improvement district fire services, the Act is silent on improvement districts. So right now there's no authority or obligations for the improvement districts to be involved in any of these. So the oddity is that a fire occurring within the service areas of Van Andel or Gillies Bay, it's the regional district responsible for investigations, or if a complaint were to come from a public facility in those same areas, it's the regional district obligated to perform an inspection. And again, that's been something brought up by many of the regional districts. There are lots of improvement districts. There are even other fire services that are societies and not any form of local government. The Act doesn't speak to them. It speaks to the regional districts being responsible for it. It does really pose us an issue that I think Director Gisborne was touching on there, that if it's not within a regional district service area, we're not sure how we would spend any money or where that money would come from if we don't have an established service in a budget. So that's going to be a challenge, that all the more reason, I think, to sort out the cost issues here, because an inspection or investigation anywhere on Texada Island or at Sultry Bay or Desolation Sound, we don't have a fire budget to pay for something there, not even staff time.
And I'm sure government doesn't expect our staff to work for nothing. So we definitely need clarity. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Is there further discussion on this item? Seeing no hands, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. And with that, committee members, let's take our lunch break at 1:09.
And we'll return, what time's the return?
What do you think? Is 20 minutes enough time? So, okay, let's say 1:30. We'll resume.
Okay, thank you.
way back.
Depends if it's standing seam or if it's corrugated.
We're back inside.
Well, it's the kind that,
Yeah, corrugated,
Director?
it doesn't
Welcome back. to
Recording
committee.
in progress.
live off either way.
Welcome back to Committee of the Whole. We are on item 9.1 under new business. And so if I may speak to this, this is a motion that I put forward with the addition of the following word at the December 4th board meeting. So if it is seconded, then I would like to speak to it. Is there a seconder for this motion? Director Fall, thank you. The reason that I'm putting this forward is that I have believed for many years that we have shortchanged our electoral areas by using money that is earmarked for them for other purposes. And so where I'm trying to go with this is to rectify that situation and change one particular clause that is in our policy. This is the direction that I'm going. And this motion says that we review this December the 4th. But where I'm trying to go is under the Community Works Fund allocation policy number 312, clause under policy guidelines, clause number 4, which says that allocation of community works funds will be considered first and foremost for Coffee Regional District own corporate financial challenges. And where I'm trying to go is to remove the last 4 words and replace them with electoral area needs, so that it would be allocation of community works funds will be considered first and foremost for Coffee Regional District electoral area needs. However, that's my reason for bringing this issue to the table. And I believe that a review is appropriate now because we have just concluded the 2014 to 2024 10-year funding cycle for this fund and beginning on a new 10-year cycle starting in 2025. So in keeping with the new cycle, it's appropriate, I believe, that we review our policy, and by including the date, it sets a parameter and a time frame for doing that review. So that is what I'm putting on the table, and I'll now open it to further discussion. Director Elliott.
Thank you. So I understand your intent was to review the policy to maybe help it address areas needs better. You said by putting a date on it, and the motion I have in my package just has renewal funding in 2025. There isn't, was there a date added that I missed to the motion?
Yes, I moved it with the addition of the words at the December 4th board meeting.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Yeah.
I must have missed it because I guess I ran and put my dishes away. Thank you. Thank you. That was my question.
Okay, thank you. Director Fall, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. It's actually a question, and it may be something that may be more appropriate when if this passes and we do the review, but through the chairs, maybe for our CAO or corporate officer. So we've had some, concerns raised over the last couple of months, which, I think we need to consider options to make change, and the policy is one of these options. But we also had this a survey. So Ms. Greenan did a very extensive survey of how other regional districts deal with their community works fund, and that survey had a number of really good questions in it, asking how did they make allocation decisions and so on. And I think a lot of those relate to the policy, so how the allocation decisions are. But I guess the question I would have, and maybe it would come out of a policy change, would be that one of the questions in particular was about how the decisions are actually made. So we've been making decisions with all directors, a weighted vote, and so on. And other regional districts do different things. Some of them it's electoral area director, some of them it's an unweighted vote, and that came out in that survey. So I guess the question would be to explore those other decision processes, voting structures, and maybe think about whether we want to change it. Is that sufficient to go down this path, or do we need to do something more to address that beyond just changing the policy?
Well, I will refer to the corporate officer. We did receive a copy of that policy not too long ago from May, rather the staff report from May of 2023, which outlined those options, but let's get the official answer.
Thank you, chairs. So do I understand the question is, do you want to consider that report again?
Well, no, I'm not. So the question is that a policy is a policy, and as we've discussed, policies may, are guidelines. They don't have to be followed, and yet we've also been following a certain voting structure that for community works funds decisions that not all regional districts follow, and yet we are bound by the Local Government Act in terms of voting structures of how the votes are in relation to whether, how the funds are, whether it's a weighted vote. We have to vote certain ways. And yet clearly that survey highlighted that some regional districts have different voting mechanisms. So if we're to assume that they're following the Local Government Act, I guess that survey does not highlight how exactly they do that beyond policy. I guess that's the issue. So they obviously or clearly some regional districts follow different voting mechanisms and decision processes. And if they're following the Local Government Act and we're following the Local Government Act, well, then what is the difference? What are they doing? Is it a service? Is it that the Community Works Fund is managed through a different service? Is there a change to procedure bylaw? Is it another bylaw beyond just policy? These are the other tools we have. And I'm not trying to preconceive what the right answer is. I'm just saying that maybe there's other tools in here to work through some of the concerns, and maybe some of the concerns aren't necessarily just emanating from policy word changes. So the question is, would this motion help us move towards that, even though it's focusing just on the policy?
Well, as the mover of the motion, I would say yes. That if we agree to do the review, then the further issues such as voting alternatives, et cetera, that were identified previously, that can then come forward as part of that review. So yes, I believe that will get you to where you want to be. And I think that's a really good point. Something that's definitely worth reviewing. Further discussion. Director Gisborne, first round. Director Gisborne.
Thank you. I have a bit of a challenge with this motion. I'm completely in support of the intent of the motion that, we should be discussing the Community Works Funds Policy 3.12. The challenge I have, though, is that I don't think it's appropriate for the board to be going through discussion and really digging into these things. That's kind of the job of the committee. So the committee of the whole, I think, is why this item got pushed or removed from the finance committee and now moved to the committee of the whole. And now the motion is that, that the board discuss the policy and changing it. But I really think that, what was it? The advice of Ellie Mina had said that your committees are for discussion, that your board is for debate. I think it's appropriate to have this fulsome discussion at the committee level, whether that's committee of the whole or finance committee. And just to kind of back things up, even further, because I recognize that there's some directors around the table that haven't been around for all that long. This policy that we're referring to was updated in 2020. And before that, we had a Community Works Funds policy that was in 2013. And that policy was specific that said it was up to the electoral area directors for how those funds were spent. And then that the board would respect the wishes of the electoral area directors and ratify what the electoral area directors had approved. One of the challenges with that, though, is that we had a Rural Services Committee, and that was a conduit for the electoral area directors to have a unified voice. That committee was abolished on a trial basis to see how it goes. I disagreed with it, but I wasn't on the board at the time. And now we're into this challenge of where I think that the policy is inconsistent. That's why back in October, I called up the chair of the committee of the whole and the chair of the finance committee to let them know that, hey, I'm working on updating this policy and bringing this information before the assembly. I then found out the next day, or apparently the next day, this notice of motion was put in before the committee of the whole. And the 118 pages worth of information that I submitted to the Finance Committee is still sitting at the Finance Committee and has not come over to the Committee of the Whole. So right now we're discussing things about policies and staff report, but unfortunately it puts Director Adamson and Director Southcott at a big disadvantage because they don't have that information in front of them. And that was the reason why I was very insistent on let's get that 118 pages of information on the agenda at least Finance Committee. And if we want to do it at Committee of the Whole, then we should at least forward all that information to the Committee of the Whole. Because now the motion is let's send it to the board, but really there's a really good staff report that was done by Ms. Greenan, and I think that information should be before the Assembly so that we can really dig in to this policy, because I do recall from 2020, I believe I was the only director that voted against that policy change, and this issue of it going from being up to the electoral area directors to being up to the whole board, to me was that was a line in the sand I wouldn't cross. I said, no, these funds should be up for the electoral area directors. But now here we are in this situation. So I completely agree with the intent because it's consistent with what my beliefs are and what I've been pushing for the last 4 years. However, out of respect for the other directors, I think that the information that was submitted at the earlier Finance Committee should be before the Assembly. And I think that this information should be discussed at a committee level before it goes to the board for adoption and getting into the debate aspect of it. And I think we're going to run into a similar issue of how can this be up to the electoral area directors when we don't have a rural services committee and we don't have an electoral area services committee. So that's where I'm kind of torn. I like the direction, but unfortunately, it's a problem of process, I think, at this point.
So Director Gisborne, then are you proposing an amendment to, instead of say December 4th board meeting, to December 4th Finance Committee?
Sure. Either Finance Committee or Committee of the Whole, but I would like to make sure that that 118-page package gets on the agenda for everyone to be able to see and discuss, so that directors can go, well, page 23 is something that I'd like to point to. For example, the survey that Ms. Greenan did in relation to other regional districts and how they do community works funds, I think is very important and valuable information. And I don't think Director Adamson has that information in front of her. And same with.
And those are all good points, and I don't disagree with any of them, which is why the review takes place first. But if you feel that it's more appropriate to go to Finance Committee than the board, then propose that as amendment. And frankly, I will second it because I think it's a good idea.
Okay. I'll make that motion.
Right. So moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment to go to Finance Committee.
Just a quick question. So thank you, Chair, that in keeping with the renewal of the Community Works Fund in 2025, that the committee recommend to the board that the Finance Committee review its policies.
Okay.
At
December 4th Finance Committee.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the amendment that's been moved. And is there discussion on that amendment?
Thank you. Sorry, procedurally, that would mean that the Finance Committee would recommend or would review the policy before we adopted the motion.
Right. This is referring the issue to the Finance Committee, as one committee can refer to another committee. So
I think the amendment's not quite worded.
Yeah, let's.
Motion to refer. I think. I hope I'm not butchering procedure.
Discussion on the motion to refer. Director Fall.
Yeah, I'm just thinking procedurally, my head started spinning when the corporate officer said that. So I'm just wondering if the motion isn't that we recommend the board refer it to the, the board review its policy and refer it to the Finance Committee. So in a way, we can pop it up to the board even today and adopt that we're going to review it, so we get that operative piece done. So the Finance Committee isn't where we are right now, which is even if we're not doing the review right now, we're talking about doing the review at some future time. So if we just send this over to Finance, well, where is it procedurally? So I guess just it's a question mark.
Okay, good question.
Yeah, so thank you. I do think that maybe adopting it if this is the direction that the committee wants to go, and then the board referring it to today's meeting might be the best way. And then that would be direction for staff to place the relevant information on the finance team. But if we prefer this motion to finance, then we're discussing the same motion.
Right, okay. Okay, so then we are back to referring this to the December 4th board meeting, or even this afternoon, if you said that was possible. Yeah, and then it would go to finance committee on the 4th of December. So how do you write that out as a motion?
Thank you. I'm just saying that the motion be amended to insert, and I'm just figuring out the wording right now.
Okay.
If that was the intention is that the policy be reviewed at finance.
Okay, are people kind of okay with that? I'm seeing nods, or at least no one is expressing the opposition.
I think we all know where we want to go. We just don't know how to get there yet.
Right.
About features.
Yeah, sure. Right, really.
While you're working, I don't think it changes anything you're doing there. So the motion itself talks about reviewing policy. And Director Gisborne's talked about information that was sent to finance that would help us in a review of the policy. And so now we're going to send it to finance to do that review of the policy. So my question, when I heard about all this information that I hadn't really seen before, my question was, what does review of policy sort of look like procedure wise? So we'll get a package of information on the agenda that we all read ahead of time. And then a review of policy is a discussion around what kinds of words we'd like to change in the policy, or if we want to create a brand new policy that talks about how we do different voting, or are all of those things on the table then as part of a review of policy, or is it just amending the policy we currently have, or is it creating new policy, or that's my question.
Okay, so all of those things in my view are on the table. Depending on what comes out of the review, it may go in a number of different directions, all of which are possible. But the point is to commit to doing the review. And then that would then enable all of the next steps to take place. And I can't begin to guess as to what those would be because we aren't there yet. So if we can commit to doing the review, and then all of those possibilities will be fleshed out. And the information that Director Gisborne is referring to, a finance committee, that's not brand new information. A lot of that was presented back in 2023. And so it's not asking staff to do a lot of work because that information already is in place. We just have to resurrect it and be able to review it. So, yeah.
I just want to check that this was the intention.
Okay, so
this is the motion that's currently on the table, that the motion be amended to insert request. Yeah, yep, sure can. Oh, I can't while it's here, but.
Oh, the motion, can you read that?
As it says that the finance committee review its policy at the December 4th board meeting. Should that not say December 4th finance committee meeting?
Yeah, if it goes to the board first, then it couldn't be the finance, would have to be the finance committee in January because
well, unless we do
finance committee meets before, unless we can do it this afternoon.
That was fine. Not just.
There's only one.
Oh, because we've already identified. Okay.
Get my other cataract.
I like the motion I put on the November 6th meeting. It was that the committee discussed the current community works funds allocation policy and direct staff on any desired policy changes.
Sorry, say that again, Director Gisborne?
Oh, I just said I liked the motion that I had on November 6th Finance Committee, which was that the committee discuss the current Community Works funds allocation policy and direct staff on any desired policy changes, but and I'm hoping to get back to that.
Going in the same direction, and to be honest, I really don't care which route we take as long as we get there. So, you know, if we consider the motion that's on the table first, and that is to go to the board this afternoon to refer it to Finance Committee in December. And so that is what is on the table. Discussion on that. I'm seeing no hands, so we'll call for vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Carries.
The main motion as amended.
Oh, yes, that's the amendment, right? Okay, so back to the main motion as amended. Further discussion? Seeing no hands, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. So we no longer have 9.2, which takes us to the question period. Is there anyone out there who has questions of our committee?
Galinsky from the Peak here, Chair. I don't have any questions this afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Galinsky. There is an in-camera session, so would someone like to read the motions?
I'll move committee move in camera. The meeting be closed to the public on the grounds that the subject matter to be considered relates to matters covered by the community charter under section 91A, personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee, or agent of the regional district or another position appointed by the regional district, C, labor relations or other employee relations, and N, the consideration of whether a committee meeting should be closed under provision of this subsection or subsection 2.
Seconder for that, Director Southcott, any discussions? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. We're going in camera.
Sign in.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back to Committee of the Whole. We have no rise and report, so our meeting is adjourned. Thanks very much.
Recording stopped.
Anybody have